in a more open and decentralized knowledge ecosystem. Yes, so introduction. So what we'll be looking at the Wikipedia's mission, that's free knowledge for everyone. Then why we are here, exploring how Web3 can support our mission as an ecosystem. And today's goal is to demystify how Web3 discussion and practical use cases for Wikimedia projects. Yeah. Yeah. So um, let's look at this. What's Web3? Talking about Web3, starting from the introduction of the internet, when internet was being introduced to the whole world in the 90s, we could only read. That's Web 1, right? And going down the lane, coming through the late 90s to the early 2000s, we had Web 2. That's we could all read and write. That's when we could have Wikipedia, Facebook, Google, and the likes coming up. That's for Web 2. That's we could read and write. Moreover, with Web 2, we can't own our own data. When we talk about Web 2, we can't own our own data. Now, with the advancement of technology now, we are now entering into a new dimension in relation to technology. And Web3 is the new gold. So with Web3, we could read, write, and own our own data, which is very essential for us. Also, it's built on decentralized technology, that's the blockchain, and also smart contract as well. Okay, so let's look at some Web3 concepts. We are talking about the blockchain. It's, so if you are looking at the blockchain, then we are looking at a digital ledger, which is open, secure, and transparent. And looking at our ecosystem, that's the Wikimedia ecosystem. Our ecosystem too is also decentralized and is open for anyone to contribute as well. And talking about smart contracts, smart contracts um, are like the code that ensures that we are able to engage. That's the code that runs automatically on the blockchain, without involving any form of third parties. Now we are looking at DAOs. Talking about DAOs are decentralized autonomous organizations. And DAOs within our ecosystem too is very essential. That's the Wikimedia ecosystem, because things are advancing and we need to grow. As we grow, technology also grows as well, and we as an ecosystem we also operate something like a DAO, but we want it to be much more in advance as well. Yeah. So why Web3 matters for Wikimedia? So decentralization. In As a volunteer within the ecosystem, there are a lot of things that are decentralized within the Wikimedia or Wikipedia ecosystem. That's talking about various projects. Everything is decentralized, but we are looking at operating or running on a blockchain. Whether we could run a Web3 like, or we can run it in hand with Web2 and Web3, because at the moment our ecosystem is operating within the dimension of Web2. So probably we could look at um, moving or moving to Web3 practically by using Web2 to move to Web3. Also, transparency. Web3 is very transparent, and as as our ecosystem is also transparent, because we do a lot of open engagement. Anything we make available on the Wikimedia ecosystem is very transparent in terms of our edits, in terms of our structured governance. Everything is made open. You get it? Yeah. So transparency is key. So talking about our edits, action, and funding. Sometimes I don't want to become too technical. Everything should be because this is something which is new to our space, and we need to also embrace it. Because thinking about this presentation, our ecosystem is kind of looking at our 2030 community strategy. You know, we need to engage new projects that will also enhance our engagement in the ecosystem as well. Yeah. So thirdly, we talk about incentives. That's recognizing and rewarding contributors fairly. Yeah. So sometimes within our space, you know, contributors or volunteers sometimes feel left out one way or the other because they feel that they do a lot of contribution, they engage much more, but they don't get the necessary representation that they need within the ecosystem. And I feel that blockchain, or let me see, Web3, because I don't want to talk about blockchain. Web3 is something that will also enhance our way of recognize, even though we do that, but it could be much better when we start operating within the Web3 space as well. You get it? We need to recognize people, like as in volunteers who are engaging in much edits, doing much more core stuff, even though they are, because there are certain kind of people that might be engaging, but they are not recognized. They are okay with it, but others would also want to be recognized for whatever they are doing within our space, even though there are more recognitions. There's still more room for improvement. Yeah. Resilience. So content stored across networks, not just central servers. Yeah. So you know within our space, our content is being accessed by everyone around the world, but it could be much better. You get it? We are, in terms of the Web3 ecosystem, content or engagement around the Web3 space, is immutable. But there could be a way, as a result of our technical guys, or let me say engineers, trying to put as a result of our technical guys trying to put down structures that will enable our content and our structures to be editable. Because if you are looking at Web3, or let me see the blockchain, for instance, it's immutable. That's most of the information that you make available there cannot be changed. But within our ecosystem, and this is also a new space or a new dimension that we can take into consideration as well. That we can look at the space, and if editors contribute, there might be ways and means that we can make edits in terms of various contributions that have been made. In terms of if you are editing and there is an error, if you are editing and there is a mistake or something of that sort, you can make that edit. You get it? Because I think probably building on top of a chain, which the ecosystem or the Wikimedia ecosystem feels that it's good, or building on a chain or partnering with a chain that could help our ecosystem grow as well, will be a plus for us as well. Yeah. Yeah. So real world applications. So we are looking at IPFS and Airwave. These are decentralized content platforms that enables that, if on a blockchain, or let me say Web3, just not to confuse some of us. Web3, decentralized platform whereby we can also store our content data, which can also be accessed easily. Lens and Mirror as well are also decentralized publishing platform where we can also consider with as an ecosystem. And we are having Gitcoin and Codinap rewarding and contributors with tokens. Yeah, so with Gitcoin and Codinap, they are ecosystem that operates in that. But we as an ecosystem can also look at something like that, because we are doing something similar. You get it? We are doing something similar, but it could be best if we could look at something that could also benefit our ecosystem as well. Then we have also WikiDAO, that's exploring decentralized governance within Wiki projects. Yeah. So how does our governance structure look like? Within our space, our governance structure is better, is good as compared to other open projects. But it could be better as well if we also involve Web3 or the blockchain in our activities. Yeah, so storing of use cases for Wikimedia. So storing of content in decentralized way. So we can store content in a decentralized manner. That's wherever you are, as of now, wherever you are, you can be able to access it. Looking at the blockchain as one of the pillars. Then also rewarding editors using on-chain tokens. So sometimes in our ecosystem as a Wikimedian, we do reward our volunteers using band stars in terms of their activities that they are doing over the period. We do use band stars, but how what what weight does this band stars carry? Carries weight though, but where can we send these band stars to in order to say, oh, I can use these band stars for any other thing? You get it? I can use this band star to, you know, claim an real world asset. I can use this band star for other rewards. You get it? So let's look at on chain, tokens that's giving you a token, or let me say, within in the Web3 world, they have something called a POAP. A POAP. It has a name. That's something. That's a reward for engagement within the ecosystem. And with the POAP, when you have let me say a Web3 account, or let me say I don't know how to put it for the community to understand. But when let me use an account that's like your Wikimedia account. When you have that account and you are given a token, and probably you want to attend Wikimania, and you are applying for a scholarship to attend Wikimania, because of the props or the token that you've obtained over the years due to your engagement. Immediately you apply for coming to Wikimania, and they look at the number of POAPs and the kind of weight that the POAPs has due to community engagement, getting the POAPs from, or let me say, the tokens from the community. Wow, they can use that to as an assessment to say that you've really done well over the years. Because more than often, people do engage in other stuffs. You just need to provide that kind of information that, oh, I did this. Probably you might not be able to the assessor of your grant application might see that, no, maybe probably you might be lying or something of that sort. You don't have any documentations that shows that whatever you've provided is true or false. You get it. But having these tokens or on-chain tokens, you would enable you to get other rewards or other scholarship easily. So I think the our foundation should also look at that. Yep. Forming DAOs for community governance. That's decentralized autonomous organization within our ecosystem. DAOs are good. DAOs are essential, but I sometimes look at whether it will be kind of beneficial for our ecosystem, because our ecosystem is really running, like doing well in terms of governance. Yep. Yeah, let's see where. Okay. That's fine. Thank you. So, um, tracking and okay, I was talking about DAOs. Yeah. So, DAOs for our community governance is very important. For even though we are having various ways of running our governance, if we also take that into consideration, having our in each community we could have a DAO that, even though we have a DAO that most of the community members do contribute, having a decentralized DAO as well will be engaging for us as well. And also tracking and verifying contributions with transparency. We do have that, but it could be better. Yeah, so challenges to consider. So that's the learning curve. New tech can feel complex within our space, but we need to embrace it because this is something new that um, I think would be best for us to engage on. Then access to all, not all regions have blockchain access tools, but as we keep on educating ourselves in engaging within that space, within the Wikimedia ecosystem, it will be good for us. Sustainability. So token incentives must also support the mission for the community as well. Then governance models like DAOs are also required. Yep. And opportunities ahead for our ecosystem to empowering underrepresented communities with tools to govern their own content and also build bridges between Wikimedia and Web3 communities, and also experiment with decentralized pilots like Wikidata, GLAM, Wikilabs Africa, Wikilabs World, or with the Wikilabs project and more. Then collaboration is key. So let's co-create and decentralized future of knowledge, Wikimedia value, openness, transparency, collaboration, also alignment with Web3 as well. This is not about replacing; it's about reinforcing the Wikimedia mission. And call to action: learn more about Web3 basics because this something basics for us to start learning. This something that I'm trying to this an agenda or a project that I'm trying to also push as well for the ecosystem. So join around open governance, explore pilot projects with decentralized tools, and share your ideas. This is the future. This is this future is built together. As we all know, we are building a Wikimedia that we want to see, or a Wikimedia projects that we want to see. Yeah. Questions?
Can you hear me okay? Yes? Hi, my name is Andrew Lee, longtime Wikimedian, and had a quick question for you. Have you seen the other discussions we've had in our community about Web3 and blockchain before?
Actually, I've really not seen that, but I took this as an opportunity because I'm a Wikimedian and
Mhm.
I saw this engagement growing up in my community.
Right.
That's in terms of Web3. I took it upon myself to do a little bit of research and how it will be better
Right.
for our community to engage as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Have you heard of the project called Everypedia before?
Every
Everypedia?
Wikipedia, no.
No.
But I think I saw you shared something way back. I think that also prompted me to also do some form of research
Okay.
within web. But I forgot you shared something on Facebook. I saw how do you call it, a content you share on Facebook. But that was a long
Right.
time ago in relation to Web3, and I didn't do any follow up. I think that
Right.
also gingered me to do much research around
Right.
this area as well.
So I thought it just important to give you this context because we had this discussion in the Wikimania chat this morning as well. So I thought
Okay.
I'd just let you know if you didn't see it.
Okay.
So this is what I said, and I think it's a pretty good summary. I say, I will be honest that there has not been very warm reception for Web3 and blockchain in our community for the last few years. One of our most prominent and respected Wikimedians created this site called Web3 is Going Just Great and does quite a good job of documenting the problems with Web3 as a paradigm for our movement and probably for anyone in the world.
Okay.
And then the other thing I mentioned here is that our community actually, I think in 2022, voted to stop accepting cryptocurrency donations as part of this general trend in our community of being very skeptical of blockchain and Web3. And I think we did go into it in very good faith. In fact, I think one of our chapters in France accepted cryptocurrency donations, but after a year of experience with it, we realized it's not a very good fit for our community. The values were not there, the technology wasn't there, and ever since then, I think we have really not been engaged with Web3 or blockchain. So it's important to know that context.
Okay.
And I
So-
encourage
so-
you to look a little bit into the history of it because the principles as you state them seem very, very interesting for Wikimedians. But once you start going to the reality of the implications of these things,
yeah.
it is actually not a very good fit. And in many ways, the things you describe, like DAOs and people essentially voting with their coin and money, is actually not very compatible with
Yeah,
our values of let's
yeah,
not vote on things, let's
yeah,
talk about things
yeah.
instead.
But that's why I said there could be a way. It doesn't necessarily mean that we need to use tokens and others. We could also develop. We could also look at various structures and develop our own way of doing our stuff. You get it? Because the blockchain could be immutable, but we have things are changing within the blockchain ecosystem. Yeah. So okay, okay, that's fine. Yeah, yeah. So just a minute. Okay, just a minute. There are ecosystems, or let me say protocols, that I'm currently volunteering with, or let me say engaging with. That's SUI ecosystem. It's a protocol, and I feel that it's we can also I'm still doing readings though, but we can also look at working. Okay, 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 cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a great presentation. But I mean, in my opinion, I also think that a lot of what Web3 represents at the moment goes against much of what our movement stands for. And besides a lot of what he mentioned, I also think that environmental impact is just, I mean, a large portion of the movement will be completely against that. And I think like many of the ideas are great, like being able to like being decentralized. I mean, that's something that we could work upon. But at the end of the day, I think that Web3 is definitely not the answer. Like there are other venues to achieve many of those goals, and at the end, I mean, what they would bring would not be enough, and it's kind of like having a solution in search of a problem. I would say.
Okay, okay, thank you. Sir. Any other question? Okay, so basically, thank you for the questions. Yeah, but basically, this is not let me see, a final bit of it. I'll be doing much more research, and we'll surely share my findings for the community to also have a look at, considering things related to the Web3 ecosystem. Yeah, thank you very much. If there's no other question, I'm done.
Okay, so why we have this course in my university? I think it's a beginning to, we want to help indigenous people to have their own indigenous language in Wikipedia. So I can read Wikipedia, but I can write. So this story. Okay. So when we study do something for Taiwanese indigenous people, we help them let the language into the Wikipedia. So this event let me thinking about why I can use this, Wikipedia. Let me student write Wikipedia. So we have this course. Yeah. My course is the ethnography of the world. The course in the Department of Anthropology at Nation Zhengzhi University. It's a required course for fishermen, meaning to help students understand contemporary ethnic groups. Since traveling is not feasible, the course focuses on the contributing to Chinese Wikipedia, allowing students to apply their knowledge will benefit Taiwanese online community. In cooperation with Wikipedia Taiwan, the Taiwan Education Project NCCU ethnography of the World Study Project running from 2015 to 2020. So over 6 years, students produce numerous entries, achieve significant results, but also we face challenge. The session reviews the teaching experience and emphasizes the advantage and the limitation of integration Wikipedia writing into university course. So now my microphone.
Okay. Okay, so hello everyone, I am Q, and the main reason I'm here because I'm her teaching assistant for this class in this semester. So the first thing we want to show is that some cute pictures during the articles, in these articles, because Wikipedia needs Creative Commons photos. So some of my students in our department did this. Wait a minute. Yes. Okay, so like this is the page for the year of 2000, and I remember 15, and these are 2 examples for some photos they drew, because we need Creative Commons photos. So this one is for the Samen in the Malay Peninsula, and they drew photos like this because they cannot use photos on the internet. Yes, it's about the Samen people living in their houses built by wood and by grass. And another thing is that the coals from Vietnam. The photos that they drew is like this. This is the house where the coals live. So let's back to the presentation. So first, we're going to speak about the challenges that we face during the doing the course and some traditional teaching methods of this course. First of all, because our department is the ethnology department, so first of all, by working on ethnology, the first thing we need to do is field work, and maybe sometimes in a very far away place. The thing that our department mostly do is to places like in the Pacific or in the Philippines, or in China, like in Tibet or East Turkestan or Xinjiang. And another one is for observing and recording what these people say and what these people think. But since they are freshmen, we can't really do that much. And another thing is that for ethnography, same, we need to do observing, and another thing, by this recording, we need to document them, document different ethnic groups, and these documents transitions to provide a general understanding of various ethnic groups. But as we mentioned before, traveling around the world is not possible for us. So this course, based on language families, the word is, okay. Based on language families, we have split the world into 8 parts: the Native American languages, the Indo-European languages, the Uralic and Turkic languages, the Sino-Tibetan languages, the Afro-Asiatic languages, and the African ones, the Nile-Saharan, the Niger-Congo, and the Caucasians, and the Austronesians. Yes. So these groups mainly can split the world, the cultures of the world and the ethnic groups of the world into 8 big parts. And by sometimes you can see that like the Vietnam, like Cambodia, like Thai, they are not into each of these ethnic groups, then they'll be put into the ethnic groups that the families that they are close to. Like the Thai people will be put into Sino-Tibetan. Yes, like lots. And another thing about the challenges we are facing is that lessons, if we just speak a lot, and the main thing that we will face is that the students will want to sleep. Me too. And another thing is that doing reports has its pros and cons. That we as students, when we finish a report, it's just like we done it. Done is done, and it didn't produce anything. So the main reason to make this report become have more impact by this report is that we've got a solution that is writing Wikipedia articles. So what does writing articles benefit? The first thing is that students can learn more about both ethnic groups and ethnographic content, and to the Chinese-speaking world, that it allows more people in Taiwan and anyone that speaks Chinese to learn about different cultures around the world and to collaborate knowledge. And by finishing one article, there are many steps to do. The steps are like, there are 6 steps over here. So the first is lecture, to let them know how to write Wikipedia and the grammar of Wikipedia and ways to edit them. And second is to discuss, to introduce students the methods of data collection and proper citation formats. And the third is reports that based on the weekly progress that they made each week of ethnic groups, then they are also needed to participate into guided discussions and to think that what they should write. After this, they start entry in these articles that they will write the articles based on what they learned before and research during the course. And the fifth is to review. The articles that students write will be reviewed by Wikimedia Taiwan, and to ensure that there's no big mistakes and there's no weird-looking articles. And at last, it would become a real article, and these students can contribute to Wikipedia. And there are 2 main parts of the course. The first is that there is a preparatory before writing. First is the database exploration. These database explorations are based on the National Chenchi University Library and the EHRAF the ERAF database. It's a database based on global ethnographic research, and the teaching assistant will lead these research discussions. And the second is to do the data organization and citation, because Wikipedia, unlike Wikipedia, is unlike an encyclopedia. It needs many grammars and syntax to write. So they need to teach them how to write them and how to do the footnote and formatting to meet the Wikipedia standards and the academic standards. And the third is the syntax basics, that they need to learn how to do the markup and to create and complete Wikipedia pages. And the second is there's a dialogue between the Wikipedia articles and ethnography. That because this course is called Ethnography of the World, then they should must know something about these ethnic groups that they choose or being chosen. So first, they have to think about these articles into categories that based on ethnography. Later, we will show these 8 core themes that these articles have. And by dividing these core things, these articles become academic, but at the same time, they are easy to read. So the 8 core things are here. The 8 core things are the ethnic distribution, the population and language, and the geographical environment and history, and society, family, and marriage, and industry and daily life, and beliefs and customs, and arts and literature. At last, the current situation of the ethnic group. So, what are some gains and outcomes, and some issues about this course? First of all, there are some student reflections and key takeaways before when the course started. The first of that is the sense of accomplishment is passing, because that when we done an article, we will think that there's an accomplishment when we are writing Wikipedia. So we think that the students will think this way too, but later we will say that what really happens. And another thing is that they learn about the ethnic groups they have chosen, and by writing these articles and making deep researches, they can know more about these diverse cultures, and peer discussions are encouraged to reflect what they do and to have more improvements. And the third is reviewing ethnographic concepts. So they will discuss on the 8 core themes that we have said before, and like to think by this core themes that what we can write and to do more research and to know more terminology in ethnography. And at last, they can contribute to Chinese Wikipedia and help more people using in Taiwan or use the Chinese language to learn about global cultures. So this is what we think that's what will students take away after this course. But what really happens is like this. First of all, the Wikipedia syntax is too hard for them since we are in the College of Social Sciences. Not many people know how to write these syntaxes because just like me, it's hard for me. I did write Wikipedia for about 10 years, but still I can't really do them. In some ways, it's still really hard for me. And the second is finding resources. Since they are only freshmen, some will think that they are only freshmen and they have to do a lot of hard work and they didn't do before in high school. So, and it's very challenging for them. And another thing is that in the Chinese world, there's not many things about ethnic groups around the world. Mainly it's just about China or Taiwan or Japan. Not many about the ethnic groups around the world. So they need to read many materials from other languages, mainly English or sometimes French. So it's hard for them. And because the material problem that we are facing So there's the English translation problem that searching for information in English was very hard for many students that have weaker language skills, weaker English language skills. And another thing that we showed before these drawings is because that Wikipedia needs photos with the Creative Commons licenses. So some just drew these pictures, and some drew it very badly. We just don't show them here. Yes. And the last one is the deadlines. Like, it's been cut, but that's okay. Editing articles require gradual reading and knowledge accumulation. That they need to read a lot to write an article. I believe that many Wikipedians here maybe will know parts of it, and students will want to finish it as fast as they can, and they'll find this course very exhausting. The main reason is that in Taiwan we can switch our departments. So maybe if today I don't want to study in ethnology, I can switch to like other departments like political science or whatever. But by doing this, the first thing we have to do is that we have to have a very good grade. After having this good grade, you can choose to go to another department. And because of this, because of the good grades they need, they have to try harder to get good grades. And by writing Wikipedia, it's very, very hard for them to have good grades, as they think. So there is a final conclusion from 6 years of work. The first is that we need to think more about if we choose to open a course in university based on writing Wikipedia, based on the contribution. The first thing we need to think that is that they should be like upper level undergraduates, like in year 3 or 4 in university, or otherwise that they maybe will not know what to do, or they will feel exhausted. And because that we open this course maybe should be based on the people who like Wikipedia at first, and not by asking them to write Wikipedia just based on the class. So another thing that we should to think that it should be an elective course with a small class size, like about 10 or 20, because in our university the minimum size of a course should be 7 people. So maybe 10 or 20 is for sure. And it should be a selective course. And the key question is that what type of course is most appropriate for Wikipedia article writing? So that is the question that we just asked and kind of answered, but we haven't tried it before. And the last is the Wikipedians' efforts for this, that we have seen that how Wikipedians work in these articles, and what did they do to make an article. And another question of that is there any large-scale successes in having a large group of people writing Wikipedia at the same time? Are there successful models of large-scale Wikipedia writing, or did they have organized support, or did they have any kinds of money inside of it, that if you write you have money? Another thing is that the values of Wikipedia are last. It's a platform for creating and preserving knowledge, and allows knowledge to live on many different languages. So we have ended. We have a conclusion. So is there any questions over here?
Robert Treufelt from Estonian Wikipedia. There are some remarks. You talk that you have the lack of licenses for the pictures.
Yes.
But there is, of course, one tool. You can just link to the picture, some online resources. But of course, it could disappear from the internet resources. It is better to make an archive copy, but you can just link them. You don't need any license.
Okay.
And there you said that the course should be elective, not compulsory. Our experience are totally otherwise. It should be compulsory, not elective. Because if it's elective course, voluntarily, the students very easily just quit it. It should be compulsory that they could complete it. And there was just yesterday, there was the Ukrainian experience about teaching Wikipedia to the students. They said definitely it should be the smaller groups, not over 10 person for one teacher. Because if there is already 20 person, one teacher couldn't handle all of the students.
Because another thing is that this course has 50 people, so maybe it's a question about people.
Yeah, it should somehow how can minimize more the groups. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yeah.
Hi, thank you very much for your talk. I've been doing Wikipedia translation class for 10 years in Japan, and I would like to ask you, do you use visual editor in editing Wikipedia?
Because we don't have that at that time.
Oh, okay. So
Yes.
actually, in Japanese Wikipedia, after the introduction of visual editor, students were much more comfortable in editing Wikipedia because they don't need to remember markups.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm Fauzi from Indonesia. I'd like to ask, is there any further follow-up to the students to keep contributing in Wikipedia so it can be sustainable to keep contribute in Wikipedia?
After this course, after ending the collaboration with Taiwan Wikimedia, that our course just switched to that. If you write Wikipedia, you can add some points, add some scores to the final score. That's what we do. But because it's hard for them to keep writing, and the students just say that they didn't want to do that. So the next thing that we maybe will do, but it's a bit hard because of what the school thinks, is that we maybe will open a new class to say that to show that how to write Wikipedia and which to contribute more to Wikipedia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And another thing is that it's a contemporary class that we need to go for freshmen, and so it's a large class, like it's a 50 people class. So the problem is that the large scales of people that maybe will make this course a bit hard to go on. So the course still has it, but stopped to collaborate with Taiwan Wikimedia and didn't have the required to write Wikipedia. So no question that, so we end it. So thank you everybody.
It's the last day of the I heard today is the last day of Hello everyone. How's the weather in Nairobi this morning? I heard today is the last day of the conference, right? Hopefully the sky is clear and your energy is still high. Thank you for joining me today. I'm here to share a short story about something that's close to my heart. An illustration contest we held in Indonesia focused on open educational resources or OER. So, in the next few minutes, I would love to walk you through how we listen to educators' needs, design a creative contest around them, and ended up with over 240 illustrations now freely available for teachers to use and remix. Let's dive in. Mambo, Mimi ini dia. I hope I say it right. Please correct me if I'm wrong, okay? So, you know they're saying in my language, tak kenal maka tak sayang, which means you cannot care about something you don't know. So, let me introduce myself a bit. I was a project coordinator in Creative Commons Indonesia and still actively volunteering in Wikimedia projects. This illustration contest is actually one of the projects I helped organize. I wasn't able to attend in person, I'm sorry, but I've sent some keychains to be shared at the souvenir table. Did any of you receive one maybe? I hope so. If you did, please take a good care of it, okay? The keychain you're holding is actually a product of the contest. And let's get to know more about the contest. We called this the Open Illustration Contest with Kontes Ilustrasi Bahan Ajar in Indonesia, that is shortened to KIBA. KIBA is an illustration contest designed to support educators, in creating teaching materials. It was organized by Creative Commons Indonesia and Gamescape Indonesia community as a part of OER collaboration initiative. And if you're curious to learn more about OER collaboration action, please join my friend's session today at 2 p.m. in room Nakuru, Mbak Fitri and Mas Raymond with the title Scaling OER Implementation, Strengthening Collaboration and Empowering Educators in Indonesia. So, why? Why did we create this contest? In Indonesia, many educators still struggle to assess high quality, openly licensed illustrations for use in their teaching materials. While open educational resources are growing, visual content, especially culturally relevant illustrations tailored to local classroom needs, is still quite limited to this very day. This contest was our way of addressing that gap. We wanted to support teachers by encouraging illustrators to contribute their work under open license, so that educators across the country can use, adapt, and redistribute them freely without worrying about the copyright issues. Before starting the contest, we first needed to understand what kind of illustration educators actually need. Before developing the competition guidelines, we conducted a survey to understand the illustration needs of educators in Indonesia, particularly those teaching at the early childhood and primary school levels. We asked several questions, including what theme of the illustration do they need, which subjects, what types of teaching materials have they created, and for which grade levels do they most often created these materials. We shared the survey through an Instagram post using the collaboration feature with support from Komunitas Guru Belajar Nusantara and Semio Semalek. This collaboration aimed to reach a wider range of educators. We received a total of 84 responses, and 3 respondents were randomly selected to receive souvenirs from Creative Commons Indonesia. So, these are 3 most common needs identified in the survey. First, in terms of illustration themes, the most requested topics were profession, traditional games, and daily activities. These themes reflect everyday experience and cultural relevance, which helps students connect more easily with the materials. Second, we found that the grade level that typically require the most illustration are grade 4 to 6 in primary school. This is an important phase where students are introduced to more complex subjects, and visual can greatly support their understanding. Third, in terms of teaching materials, educators most often create slides, books, and modules, and videos. This this shows a variety of format in which illustrations are needed to support learning. Finally, when looking at the subjects, the top three that require illustration the most are science, social studies, and mathematics. These subjects often involve abstract or conceptual content, and illustration can make learning more concrete and engaging for students. So, after identifying the needs of educators, we used the survey insight to design the contest structure and guidelines. We wanted the contest to be as accessible and inclusive as possible, especially for beginner illustrator, while still, of course, ensuring the final work would be useful for teaching. So, the following are the contest rules. To make sure the illustration could truly be reused by educators, we required all submission to be uploaded to Wikimedia Commons in SVG format. This was a crucial part of the contest design. By using Commons, the illustration would be stored in a platform that is free, open, and accessible to everyone. Since some of them are new contributors to Wikimedia Commons, we also provided a tutorial video on how to upload their works to Wikimedia Commons. And why SVG? We really encourage participants to submit their work in SVG format whenever possible. And why? Why SVG? Because the format makes it easier to create derivative works. Educator or fellow creators can resize, edit, or remix the illustrations without reducing the quality. This is especially important when we want these resources to be adaptable and truly open. Combined with the CC by SA 4.0 license, it allows anyone to reuse, modify, redistribute the works as long as they give proper credits and share under the same license. So, can the participants draw anything they want? Of course, no. No, because to ensure relevance and usability, we curated a list of illustration topic based on finding of the CB, Indonesia's official textbook repository for formal education, as you can see the website on the right of your screen. So we focus on textbook for grade 4 to 6 in science, social studies, and mathematics based on our survey. And these were the match with the top 3 teams, from our survey. And this way, we ensured that the artworks created would directly support real classroom needs. And we compiled and categorized the commonly found illustration from the textbook into a list required and optional illustrations from which participants could choose to create their submission. This helped ensure consistency and guided illustrator to contribute to areas with the highest demand. By narrowing down the themes, we also made it easier for new contributors to get started, especially those who are unfamiliar with the education context in Indonesia. And then, the contest began. To promote the contest, we shared the poster in Instagram and circulated it through various illustrator communities. Before announcing the winners, we held a sharing session where illustrators talk about their experience and the challenges they faced while creating the submission. There are several unique stories from how they got the inspiration and how they managed to finish their work between their hectic activities in real life. We also got several suggestions for them to make from them to make the next or maybe even any contest illustration in the future. That was really helpful, and that day was really fun. We announced the winner on the same day after the sharing session. There are 3 judges. The first one is a teacher from Komunitas Guru Belajar Nusantara, and the second one is illustrator from Gamescape community, and the third one is a children book illustrator. I'm sorry. So, and we got 3 winner. The first winner is Ermin with username Elita, and the second winner is Mila with the username Zehamila, and the third winner is Bayu with the username Bajindra. These are only one of their heartwarming illustrations, and please kindly take a look at other illustration from them and the other contributors in Wikimedia Commons as well. Thank you. So yeah, as you can see on your screen, here are the results of the contest. By the end of the contest, a total of 240 educational illustrations had been successfully uploaded to Wikimedia Commons under the category Ilustrasi Bahan Ajar. These aren't just numbers, but also a dedication from participants to share their works for free with open license. We're really grateful and thankful for that. So here are the website. We also have a website called adicitagamescape.or.id. If you want to see their works, the contributor works, in a view of gallery based on their names. So please kindly check it out. And these are several testimony from our participant and also judges. The first one is from our participant named Galan. He joined this competition because he had experienced difficulty in finding free and open illustration content. And the second one is from Ermin. She is the winner. She is a homemaker. She is the first winner, and she is the homemaker. And she joined this contest because for her it seemed interesting, and the interesting part was while making the illustration, her school age child also provide input and review for her work. So yeah, that was really heartwarming for us. And the last testimony, this is from a teacher. This is from our judges, one of our judges, Sarmina. She said that this illustration with the SVG format are really useful and make it easy to adapt, and being free and open makes them safer to use. Yeah, so yeah, that were some testimony uh, from our participants and also one of our judges. So after that, we have to share the beautiful artworks, so many people can use it, right? So these are our ways to disseminate the contest result. The first one is with social media. The second one is promoting this content as every opportunity we had, of course, through the talk show or maybe webinar, and especially during our open educational resources training. The third one is we printed souvenirs such as notebook with covers featuring selected illustration from the contest. Yeah, this is the example. We published the content result and attribution guidelines through a collaborative Instagram post with Gamescape Indonesia, Komunitas Guru Belajar Nusantara, Seameo Semolek, and also Wikimedia Indonesia. This post reached 13,454 views and received 841 engagements until the Augustus 1st, and still growing. And in the second phase of the OER training 2.0, participants were required to create an open license teaching resources. We encourage them to use visual from the ilustrasi bahan ajar category. Some of their final assignment are shown below. Some participants not only use the illustration, but also contribute their own to ilustrasi bahan ajar category, which is amazing. From the original 240 contest submission, the total number of illustration in this category has increased to 276. We are really grateful of it. And we distributed notebooks with the cover featuring illustrations from the contest during the Open Educational Resources Training 3.0 dissemination event. That is the third phase of the OER training, which we have to go to the 10 cities in Indonesia and meet the participants, encouraging participating teacher to use illustration from this category when creating their own teaching materials. Yeah, that was finally reached the end of my presentation. Asante, thank you for tuning in until this very second. And if you have any question, please don't hesitate to contact me through my Meta User Talk, dia ASY, and my Instagram, dia ASY, and LinkedIn Niputo Dia Ashanti. And yeah, let's connect and maybe let's create beautiful art together, beautiful project maybe. Yeah. Okay, see you in the next opportunity. See you in the next chance. Bye-bye.
on the role of libraries, in supporting open knowledge in undeserved communities. I know it's the last day of Wikimania. We must be exhausted, perhaps a lot of information overload, and we don't take it for granted that you're still here, eager to share and to learn. So again, in the typical Wikimedian attitude, we believe we are all knowledge sharers. And as much as we are getting to hear from our great speakers today, who've been librarians for a long time, we are also eager to engage with you and still on the same topic as experts of the same conversation as well. So my name is Winnie Kabinti. Access to knowledge is a fundamental right, yet millions of people in undeserved communities across Africa and beyond continue to face barriers to digital access, literacy, and information equity. Libraries as community-centered institutions play a pivotal role in bridging this gap by providing access to free knowledge, digital resources, and skills development. So this session seeks to explore how libraries have served as community hubs for open knowledge, providing digital literacy training, access to information, fostering inclusivity, and partnerships. We'll also get to hear from an organization that is doing an incredible work here in Kenya in connecting unconnected communities, schools, key libraries. So we're going to have a panel discussion, but before that, I'm going to invite Gladys Kerich, Senior Programs Manager at Key Libraries, to just give us an overview of what Key Libraries is doing in Kenya, and then we kick off with a panel discussion. Welcome, Gladys.
Thank you, Winnie. As she said, my name is Gladys Kerich, a project management professional working at Key as a project manager. And we're going to talk about Key. Key is a short form of Knowledge Empowering Youth Trust. It's a Canadian organization, Kenya-Canadian organization registered, non-profit registered organization that supports school libraries. And our mission is that every school-age child should have access to a fully functional library and a trained librarian. Key's mission also is that we drive a meaningful change through school libraries by providing access to quality education, regardless of background and geographical location, religion, and also gender. So far, we've supported 46 libraries, 44 in Kenya, we've supported one in Tanzania, and we've supported one in Ghana as well. And so far, we've managed to reach over 59,000 students, 1,300 teachers, and 51 school librarians. Just a second. Okay. So as you know, libraries are non-existent, and lack of access to functional libraries generates knowledge, gaps and barriers to language and digital competencies. And Key provides libraries to otherwise undeserved children. So how we support these libraries is that we provide books. We curate diverse collection of books, which supports learning. And we provide other learning resources like games, softwares that help in critical thinking. We also provide technology. We provide computers in our libraries. We provide interactive boards. And these interactive boards are used for teaching and learning by the teachers. And the computers, we encourage the students so that they can learn digital literacy as well. We also provide training and capacity building. As Key, we organize for workshops where the school librarians and the teacher librarians come to train, learn on how to manage the library, gain skills, knowledge, like professional development. And also we're working with international universities like University of Maryland and San Jose University to create reading culture. You can actually see the growth in terms.
And next to Carol, we have Alice Hibombo, a great knowledge advocate as well from Uganda.
We're responsible for has changed. So with the links and the impact that I see, we are now seeing that a lot of community-driven efforts and community building are being spearheaded by information workers. Some of the examples that come to mind are the communities in Zimbabwe, the communities in the Gambia, the communities in Senegal. If you have a cursory look at the individuals that are spearheading this change, not only on the African continent, but in other wiki spaces where they are active, like Wikifranca, you will notice that it is information workers spearheading this change. And then there was also the matter of underrepresentation on very many open knowledge platforms. And when these information workers came in, first of all, they did not know that they could actually contribute. And when it was made, or when they were now aware that we can contribute now, and we can contribute in a local context that is relevant, we have seen a slight increase in the representation of African folklore, for example, African women on projects like Wikiquote, in projects like Wikidata, in projects like Wikisource, the increase being in the number of participants as well as the quantity of the information that you see, as well as the quality of the information that you see. But then we've also seen these information workers participating in spaces that are beyond the open knowledge platforms that are global. Most of them are actually in decision-making positions, so they are able to start conversations on a national level or a regional level and take that combination. Unfortunately, some of them might not be in a position to bring us to the promised land, but the point is they have started the conversation, and the generation that comes after that can take this up as their mandate.
Thank you, Alice, for the great overview. Nyakundi, we've seen from what your colleague Gladys has shared of the impact, the large-scale impact that Key Libraries is undertaking in Kenya across different regions. Some of these regions include, again, marginalized communities, as we are saying. We've seen Lamu, for example, and other regions. So I would also like to hear from your perspectives, what is also the impact of this library space in enhancing cultural preservation and civic education in the country?
Thank you so much, Winnie, for the question. In terms of cultural preservation and civic education, I'll start with civic education. So what we've done in our libraries, we have embraced United Nations Convention for Children's Rights in all our libraries. So all our library users are aware of their rights. And it's something that we really encourage the children when they go to the library to be familiar with what it is. We have also a library constitution that guides library operations. We have resources that promote civic education, that is books, posters, and even posters that promote their health generally so that they can be productive and health citizens. In terms of cultural, what we do is we have developed cultural corners in all the libraries, in almost all the libraries. In places like, let's say Masai Mara, we have a cultural corner where we have displayed cultural arts. And so library users who are not familiar with what particular items are, they can go to the library and make reference to that. In places like Shela, we have embraced cultural in terms of the mural, the one that we put in the library. the resources that we give as well. We give resources that are culturally respectful of the environment that we are, and also the programs that we provide as well. Yeah.
Great. And in terms of strategies, still on you, Nyakundi, what strategies, for example, have you guys adopted that could be replicated by other people in the knowledge sharing space? Because I think from the discussions that we are hearing right now, librarians and even those spaces contribute a great deal to the digital literacy and even information literacy levels to the community they serve. What are some of the strategies that you guys have adopted, both at equipping the librarians and also infrastructure that have worked well, that you recommend being adopted by other spaces as well?
And so I think I'll start with the first. What we're doing as key is we're providing a model that can easily be adopted by other institutions, other partners who are interested in supporting school libraries. And so with the model being available and is adoptable, then it's easier for people to adopt and also scale in supporting other school libraries. But particular strategies that we have embraced is for the libraries that we've provided for, what we ensure is we ensure that there is free access to information, that any library user has access to information when they come to the library. And we're building these library spaces to be as interactive, collaborative, and as learning spaces. And so what we're also doing is we're building capacity, as my colleague Gladys mentioned, is that we provide nice libraries, but again, without capacity building, it remains a challenge. And so we've developed a program with the San Jose State University that now school librarians are able to access a free library certification course. We've also organized library workshops. We have organized webinars for our librarians so that they can keep on bettering their skills, because we realize that a trained librarian mentors and also changes the community that they work in. So we have particular examples that we can give, like a librarian in Lewa Conservancy, where she has really introduced kids to art, and now kids have done really beautiful art, and art is being displayed now in a Kansas City Museum, where kids could not have actually had that opportunity to express their art and had their drawing skills. And so there are those opportunities that are there, but again, we try to provide capacity for those people who manage these resource centers so that they can be able and be well equipped in terms of supporting the communities that we serve.
Amazing. Thank you for that, Nyakundi. Michael, based also on your role as a librarian in charge of technical and digital services at Pwani University specifically, which is one of the major national universities in the country, what strategies have you found effective as well in equipping university students with the critical digital literacy skills, not just to, coming at the institution to access information, but in terms of information and digital literacy is also about empowering people to interrogate the information that they also receive. So what strategies have you seen being effective to empower students with media and information literacy skills?
Okay, thank you so much. I think that's a very pertinent question. We are looking at a generation who are coming to the university. There's this notion that they are tech savvy. And this is very unfortunate sometimes when we take that these students are tech savvy, and then we don't really go further to assist them to really to find out how tech savvy are they. So most of the students, they come with their smartphones. So we have capitalized on that to ensure that when they come with the smartphones, our trainings in the library, we ensure that we take that into consideration. So the websites and the systems that we make or we build, we ensure that they can actually work well with the mobile. So the second thing, what we have done, when you come to our university, we have given prominence, not only in the library, because if you go to the library and almost, because we have got a huge library and also a huge space of the university, So we have the Wi-Fi, strong Wi-Fi in the entire building, and also its area. So out of the library, there are some spaces which we have provided where students can still sit there, use their mobile phones, and access information materials. What we have also done, besides capitalizing on the phones and putting the Wi-Fi, is in terms of the training. We are getting now a generation where there's a lot of information. They get a lot of information from different sources. And we did some studies for some years back, and we realized that students are consuming information, and they were not questioning whatever they were consuming. So we stepped in to have some training so that they can identify, especially fake news, because when it comes to academia, there's some information you're supposed to use. So we try to give them the category of the information, what you can use for academia and what you can use for general information, so that they can identify the right information. And besides that, not only telling them the kind of information they're supposed to use, but we also tell them how to use this information, so that when they are using that information, they use it correctly. So those are some of the strategies that we have used. But last, which I have to mention, is using the ambassadors, the library ambassadors, because there's this thing like you can't go in front of people and you're talking to them. They look at you as you versus, So we ensure that we get a number of students from different classes. We bring them in, we train them on how they use this. Then we use them to go out and train the rest of the students. And that has been very huge. We have managed to get very huge results in terms of using those library ambassadors. Thank you.
Indeed, trainers of trainers is really crucial, and I believe librarians are also trainers that are trained to cascade the information to the communities. So we'll take a break now, pause from the panel, and get to engage the audience as well to hear if you have any specific questions to any of the panelists, or a general question that they could also take based on what has been shared, or any recommendations that you could have in terms of best practices on the topics that we've addressed in the discussion that they could also adopt in their respective work. So it's an open forum now. If you have something you'd like to share, please have your hand up. Introduce yourself, your name, and then kick it off.
No, thank you. It's my name's Veronica Thamaini. While I work with the foundation, I also serve as an educator in other spaces. And my question is to, I think, anyone in the panel. I see today when working with young people, there's a challenge around, it's not just about consumption, it's the depth of how they consume and what they're consuming. There's also the challenge around reading, just given, like when I think as a Kenyan and how I went to school, the ratio between the teacher and the students, you don't have that attention to follow through with your reading skills and things like that. From the library perspective, I'm very curious to learn how you support the students in learning from reading. How are they perceiving that? How are they, what's the change in how they read and the interest in reading even? How has that shifted? But also when you're working with university students, what has been the shift in that? I'm thinking about Wikipedia as a very text-based knowledge platform. What's the relationship you see that? What's the biggest challenge, and what do you also see as the biggest opportunity? Yeah, it's a loaded question, but feel free to touch any part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll start with that question first because it was fully loaded. So, Michael, since you're already holding the mic, you can kick us off, then hand over the mic to the rest of the panelists who would like to weigh in.
Thank you so much. That is a very good question. All of us in the room, we need to listen to that question. Because we have got young people coming to the university, and I must tell you, things are shifting. And this happened some years back when I remember we were doing some training, and it went like 1.5 hours. And then I asked students, do you have any question? They say that is too much. Why don't you come with some slides? Short slides, you tell us this, and that. That's it. That's what we want. But taking us for 1 hour, we don't want that. And then I was like, no, you are lazy. You need to read. So I thought it will stop there. But it persisted. Because I also teach in the university. And you go and teach these students, and they tell you, no, we need some slides. So you come to class, you teach, and they don't want these textual notes of 30 pages. Give us brief summary of 10 slides or something like that. Then you sit back and you are asking yourself, how am I going to bring out the details of what I'm supposed to pass to these students? So, I must tell you that this is happening. The solution is still not there. We are trying as a library, what we are trying, because we are now in a position, because we have got this text, the shelves are full of books, very detailed and all that. They go to the shelf, they look at this and that. This is so huge. But what I can tell you, it depends with the courses the students are also doing. Because in our institution, we have got, for example, medical students. There are some courses, there are no shortcuts, about it. You must know from A to Z. So you'll find them reading the books, some courses where maybe they can get some shortcuts of being given those ones and they can still go away with it. It's going on like that. But I'm saying we keep on trying to bring different strategies to encounter these, because as the library, we are not the first point. The student reports to class. The lecturer is the one who is teach the students, and they plant the seed. Now, whatever the lecturer will tell these students is whether they go to the library and do something or not. But remember again, this is a circle. This same student who prefers the slides and all that is the same student who will go his way and become a lecturer. What do you expect? The circle continues. So even among the lecturers and professors, there's this debate, because we have got this generation who will say there's this shortcut of going about this, but there's this professor who was in school for many years will tell you, no, this is how to go about it. So I'm sorry to say that all of us in this room, we need to be proactive and see how we can really contribute into this so that the information is consumed, because we know, of course they say there's the devil in the details, but those details, that is where you get the innovation and something to trigger your mind to come up with new stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. In the interest of time, Carol, before you guys respond, we can take another round of questions so that as you guys are responding, you're also responding to multiple questions. Yes.
Thank you very much. I will try to shorten my comment and question. I'm putting on a collar and preachers preach. So, yes. Whenever I'm traveling around and I have a connecting flight, I have seen, and this is not racial, as we African descent people, if I have a connecting flight that is taking time, I'll look for a place to sleep. But our people from the West, they will have either a book or an iPad, they are reading or creating knowledge. Wikipedia is a library. I don't know how our panelists may make Wikipedia a moving library that can impact this aspect where we can be transformed to love, reading books, to love the culture of reading and going deep. The comment I want to make is this. As a preacher, I always challenge preachers who want to force everybody to get saved, In Africa, we have this altar call where you preach, then you call an altar call and everybody comes to stand, then you rebuke the devil, you exorcise, and then they say we are saved. But when you read the story of Jesus and his disciples and the way he was doing things, he went with a few who believed. Is it possible for us to have a strategy when it comes to the library and knowledge dissemination? Of course, we are not leaving out those who will not accept the journey. But if we can be able to identify 3 who will be able to have impact, inclusivity, impact, and sustainability, then we use the model of the discipleship model. When Christ was, calling disciples, he used different models. There are those he found under a tree and said, follow me. Do we have a mentorship model, a recruitment, a specific recruitment model that can help us to be inclusive when it comes to gender, to create impact, and to sustain the momentum and the reading culture? Thank you.
Thank you. I think this being a room full of information workers, we understand why the questions are also fully loaded, and I'm sure you have the capacity to take them. So over to you to respond to those 2 first.
I want to respond to Veronica's question in terms of I work with young children, and what we are trying to do is sincerely, even from 5 years to 12 years, they don't want to read for long. So we have developed, we try, they can't concentrate actually for 40 minutes. So what we do, we embrace learning with fun. They will come, if they are really young, we will use picture books. The next minute we are playing games. So librarians have become people who are going beyond just, that space, shelving, keeping quiet and all that. 1 minute we'll do coloring, the next minute we'll be doing hands-on things. And for example, my library, we have we've brought, the Kenyan curriculum and how it has revolutionized. It's all about the skills the kids are getting. We've brought models for them to model because we don't want them to lose span of reading. And an example, they will even create things like, in terms of modeling, we just don't want them to come and use the plasticine and just anything. There'll be a day they are creating houses. There'll be a day they are creating what they see at home, what they see in school, and what they see even on television. And we tell them to create that by just thinking. And so our library has just gone beyond books and beyond, the shelves and all that.
All right. I'm going to answer both, but I don't know, each will slip into the other. First, I wish to completely disagree with the fact that Africans are not readers. Whether or not a person reads is a personal issue. You have some people who are dyslexic, you have people who are visibly challenged, you have people from socio-economic backgrounds that do not have access to the things that we read. But when it comes to reading, that's a personal issue. It cannot be generalized. And that is the same thing with the generation that we are dealing with. Whether or not they read the way our generation does, they actually read. The only difference is the depth to which they consume and how they interpret it. Again, that's affected by so many other factors. So if you say that to me, I will argue back. No, I will not argue back. I will disagree with you on that matter. Now, when it comes to the platforms that we use for reading, I always urge that we help the people that are using these platforms understand the mechanics of it. It doesn't take that much time to help them understand the mechanics of it, but when they know how these platforms work, then they can see how they can contribute to them and also make them fun and learning tools. Now, if we go back to the rules of library science, just to be technical, there's the rule of every book its reader and every reader their book. So there's a learning material or a reading material that has probably been developed for this demographic. We just don't know where it is. And if it has not yet been done, the library is a growing organism. Can we please produce these materials because we have identified these needs? And then when it comes to the mentorship, mentorship happens in many forms, and it can take quite a long time. Not everybody needs the same form of mentorship, but we all need to be mentored to a certain level, you know, where we can contribute meaningfully to society. So within the Wikimedia movement, let me center this back to the Wikimedia movement. There are lots of mentorship models that are in place, and very many people who can say they have been mentored or are mentees of others. Some are educators, and they bring that in here. Some come in with their professional skills and are able to contribute those professional skills within the Wikimedia movement while building a critical mass. As I speak here, allow me to brag and boast a bit. I'm very, very, very happy to notice that at least 15 sessions within Wikimania are coming from people that I had the opportunity to train maybe 2 or 3 years ago, meaning they've grown independent, they've been able to replicate these things and apply them to their communities. But that was the mentorship in terms of contributing to the Wikimedia movement. But it is happening in so many spaces. I believe, Carol, you are also a product of Wikiwomen Africa. Yeah. So it is happening in many spaces. Reverend Canon? I don't know. But that's it. But please, 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 this reading thing, it's a personal thing.
Yeah, and you know, your debate with Dr. Chebet is reminding me there's a Wiki Loves debate that was just launched, so we can have that among other debates coming up. Yes, Nyakundi?
Yeah, I just want to add on what Alice has said in terms of we might not really be able to measure what our children read if we're going to stick to probably looking at how they are reading the books. Yeah, and so we have diversified, information has really diversified, and so even publishers have gone ahead to change the way they used to provide information, and now we have better mediums of providing information. And so our kids are reading, they're reading on YouTube, they're reading on social media, but again, they're still reading, and so we're going to have that shift, and also us as parents and as educators also agree that there is that shift in terms of access to information and also use of that information. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We have 2 minutes left, and I wouldn't want to leave any burning question or recommendation from the audience. Is there one last question or recommendation or comment to the panelists? Please keep it short.
Mine is a comment. What has stood out to me was how you're reaching out to marginalized groups. So my recommendation is just scale up and scale up the initiatives.
Thank you. Short, and I think that's a great way to sum it up. So in the next, I think you can all see this a bit. You can give us a quick closing remarks and any call to action from the rest of the knowledge workers in the room.
Okay, let's collaborate, let's work together in support of the libraries and the communities that we serve. And thank you so much.
Mine is that librarians were, from where they came from, were from reserved, and you know, but now we must bring the library activism. We cannot sit back and things are happening and we are not being proactive. So we must be proactive, ensuring that we talk, speak, and ensuring that our voices are heard in all the pertinent issues pertaining to education and information.
Mine would be for us to contextualize knowledge in local realities. People tend to contribute more and consume more when the knowledge is presented to them in ways or stories that they can relate to.
I would say, as information workers, let's not stop where we are. Let's be creative and continue championing for information. And we are people who people look up to us to really champion and allow them to access information. Thank you, Winnie.
Asante sana for sharing us, giving us a perspective and understanding of the work that you're doing to enhance access to information in Kenya and Uganda and just across Africa. Thank you for the innovation that you're doing in your own respective rights as librarians, and also now contributing to the open knowledge within the Wikimedia movement. Keep up with a good job. And to the rest of us who also cared to join here today, please engage with the panelists after the session. Let's engage, collaborate. Thank you so much. Have a good, enjoy the rest of the session. My name is Winnie Kabinti. I'm a journalist and communication specialist by profession. And I've also learned a lot as I try to convince my 8-year-old son that every time I say no phone or no screen, pick a book and read, it's not a punishment. Thank you.
session on Wikipedia and education. We're going to present a strategic update and align a direction for a global engagement. So you'll hear from me, João, but also from my colleagues, Bukola and Philip. We are all parts of the Wikipedia and education user group board. So some of you might not know Wikipedia and education. So besides being part of this movement, we have affiliated as a user group as part of our process that Philip will talk a little bit more about. But here we are, some of our members that are presented here, but our chair is Liana Davis from North America. We have as our vice chair, Bukola James from Nigeria, Filip Malikovic from Serbia, myself, João from Brazil, Shreya Dvuedi, who is from India, and we also have a special advisor, Zico, who also comes from Europe. So we are a global board, and we try to represent as many regions as possible, but as you can see, we don't cover all regions, so everyone, of course, is welcome to join, and Bukola will talk a little bit more about that. So what you will hear from us today are some learning objectives. So the first one will be for you to understand the process that led to the evolution of the Wikimedia and education movement, so that you understand how what we are building, which is now an wiki hub infrastructure, fits into this general historical process. We also have a review of key challenges and strategic responses that we've come up with through this process of building this collective actor towards Wikimedia and education. We also explore the theory of change and the future of the hub model that we are setting up, and that is also transforming the governance of what we are building in the Wikimedia and education movement, and also discover engagement opportunities that we hope you get interested into. And these are opportunities for educators and also for communities at large. Now pass to Philip.
Isn't this yours as well? All right. Hi, I'm Philip. Thanks, Joao. So you see the agenda. We'll speak about the evolution of the movement, what are our key challenges and learnings, as previously mentioned, theory of change, global updates, and the governance and hub infrastructure. And we'll have some time for Q&A, hopefully. So basically, we all hope, that after these 20 or so minutes, you'll understand how we're going to move forward and how we have moved and transformed from this disorganized or semi-organized structure to something more concrete, and how you can sow benefits from that, reap benefits from that. So I'd like to speak briefly about the evolution of this movement, because it sort of sets the path for what's coming next. So at the beginning, in the first 10 or so years, we've had lone wolves, basically people who were doing education work around the world, but without any sort of connection or any sort of strategy. Formalized programs began in the early 2010s with Wikimedia Foundation, especially Frank Schulenberg, who then spun off to create WikiEd Foundation. So basically, new and more structured work has begun, led by Wikimedia Foundation, but also other chapters and affiliates started, making more structure within their work. In 2013, we held several gatherings by Wikimedia Foundation and sort of started formalizing things to be more global, more inclusive, and this thing that was organized by Wikimedia Foundation that was called Education Collaborative or Cooperative, depending on the time, was formed, and it was led by Wikimedia Foundation, but included many volunteers around the world. However, in our pivotal meeting in Yerevan, in Armenia, we decided to sort of move into a structure that is recognized by the foundation, by the movement, which is user group. So in 2018, we formed a user group, which exists even now. You've seen the current board members, and we started to sort of create these programs and activities so that we can support the global movement, especially within education, but not do any programmatic work within special geographies. So one of the great topics that we've covered, or basically activities, is organizing EduWiki conferences. So first of those EduWiki conferences in the modern age was actually organized by the Basque community in San Sebastian in 2019. However, EduWiki user group, or Wikipedia education user group, hosted the first event of that kind in Belgrade, 2023, in cooperation with Wikimedia Serbia, and just 2 months ago in Bogota, in Colombia, with the help of our friends with Wikimedia Colombia. Here's Bernardo. He can, maybe you can ask him and approach him if you have any questions. So now we're at the stage where we want to move forward and become a hub, or as we like to call it, a hub-like structure. So I'm not going to spend more time here because Bukola will take you through that process, and hopefully our future is as interesting as our past has been, and I'm hopeful that we'll achieve much more in the coming years. Thanks.
Okay, so biggest takeaway from this session and the fact that we are transitioning is that we want a community-driven and service-focused structure that can unify and amplify our impacts. In the past, we've seen cases where community members feel left alone. We've seen cases of programmatic loneliness, fragmentation in the way we coordinate our programs, and in order to move forward, given that the hub would provide us that space, we have decided to key into the hub model, and that's what I'll be speaking on. Yeah, so if you would like to see what our page looks like for where all of the documentation for our hub is, please kindly scan the QR code on your screen. Now, the EduWiki Hub overview and why EduWiki? Like I said, we want a more globally connected education ecosystem where everybody is carried along and where they feel empowered, supported, and there's a whole lot of collaboration happening among members. Now, for our principles, the principle that govern our hub, we are looking at open knowledge sharing, where everyone has a space to share. We are also looking at collaboration, networking, accessibility, and most importantly, inclusivity. We want a space where everybody takes ownership of the community and the services that we would be rendering. And our objective is to promote a global capacity building and volunteer support network. And we want to also enhance and improve the technical infrastructure. So we've seen cases where community members have in the past complained about how the current outreach dashboard does not effectively support their programs. So we want to see how this hub service would help to enhance the way we track our metrics, both qualitatively and quantitatively, as education program leaders. Now, I'll just talk briefly about what the model for this hub would look like. Now, for the governance structure of the hub, the user group will still serve as the main body that oversees all of the hub services. And we are also looking to hire 5 core staff members because in the past, we've always worked, we had like a volunteer-run structure where all board members, we were acting in our volunteer capacity. So in order to ensure that our service are more sustainable, we propose to hire 5 core staff. And this include also having like a technical coordinator, admin, EduWiki coordinator, as well as assistants to support the work. For this hub pilot implementation, Wikimedia Brazil is serving as our fiscal sponsor, and they would ensure transparent financial oversight over how we spend the hub money. And in order to ensure that this is very inclusive, we are proposing an advisory committee, which has already been solidified from conversations we had in Bogota and even prior to the conference we had in Bogota. And for this advisory committee, it will be made up of working group members. So we are looking at having 4 working groups. And this working group was formed based off the objective, the outcomes of what we received from our theory of change. Because we also carried out a series of research as part of this process. And for the 4 working groups, we will be having the outreach and engagement, would have resource curation and development, technical infrastructure, as well as capacity building and volunteer support. And each of these working group would have one of the board members represented and would looking at how we can have about 7 to 8 members, community members being part of this working group, including education program leaders in user groups and athletes. Now, you've listened to all what I've said, and now where some of you might just be wondering, how can you plug into this EduWiki hub right now? And that takes us to the next slide. So I talked about the capacity building and volunteer support working group. And the goal of this working group is to see how we can empower the EduWiki community through mentorship and accessible resources, including structured mentor-mentee program. Now, in the past, we've also had mentor-mentee programs, but we want to have a more enhanced, structured mentor-mentee program where community members are better supported and they can acquire new skills that would help them improve the impacts that they make in their Wikimedia education program. We also have the outreach and engagements working group. Now, these pictures that you see are from the EduWiki Hub conversations that we had in Bogota. And all participants at the conference were divided into these working groups, and they were there to also help us think about what activities should we carry out under each of the working group. What kind of impacts are we also envisioning as part of the working group process? Now, for the outreach and engagement, the goal is to promote inclusive participation and visibility for our Wikimedia education program. There are so many interesting Wiki education programs that are being carried out across the globe by different affiliates, user groups, but only few of them make it to our newsletters. And in order to ensure that we can better amplify the works that you do, we think it's best to have a working group that would be coordinating all of these processes. So we receive more newsletters, and we also make it more multilingual, because in the past we've also seen cases where community members complain about, oh, the newsletter is just in English. Can I submit my newsletter in other local languages as well? So we want to improve that process. Also, would have the technical infrastructure working group, and the goal is to improve the technical tools for our Wikimedia education programs, with a focus on how we can enhance the program and events dashboard. And like I said, we are looking at how we can add or improve the existing features so it better helps us to track our metrics, impacts from our programs. We'd also be having the resource curation and development working group. And the goal of this working group is that, so we've had so many feedback from community members about how they needed a repository that houses all present and past EduWiki resources, so that when they go there to this central repository, they can see or gain new ideas from past work of other EduWiki program leaders. And we hope that this repository will help us have a centralized space where your EduWiki program resources can be properly documented, so it can support and assist other community members who want to implement such work. Now, how can you plug in right now? I've talked briefly about the various working groups. For everyone in the room, of course, you should be interested. Now, here's how you can become an EduWiki Hub change maker today. First, we'd like you to become a member if you are not. It's an open space. We welcome everybody, as long as you are interested in how Wikimedia can be used as both formal and informal institution, and see how, yeah, so we welcome everybody. We have the QR code to this form. I would show you in my last slide. Now, another way to become a change maker is to join one of our 4 advisory working groups. Remember, I've spoken about all of the working groups. And you can use that QR code to sign up for our community showcase, which is taking place on the 1st of September. So during our community showcase, we'll be speaking more on how you can join each of these working groups. But in the meantime, I would like you to go through our page to see and read more about what each of these working groups will do. And finally, in order to grow our network, we invite you to talk about what our services to your institution, your affiliates, your communities, and also think about how we can serve you better as part of our EduWiki Hub programs. Now, thank you so much for listening, and I don't know if you have any question about the Hub model or any other question that you would like us to respond to. Thank you. And also think about one idea you would like to bring in to the working group. You can use the QR code to sign up as a member for our programs as well. Thank you so much. Yes, please.
Could you just tell how can we join in the different working group, the procedures?
Okay, yes. So for each of the working group, we have, if you go on the meta page, we have a section for how you can sign up. We are currently still building the form, but yeah, for the meantime, we'd like you to just go through each of the working groups, look at the activities, the goals, the objective. And like I said, on the 1st of September, we'll be rolling out the form, and I'll be speaking more on how you can join in, what's the structure of the working group meetings and activities will look like.
Hi.
Yes, please.
Bukola, over here.
Oh.
Hi. Thank you for the talk to all of you. I would like to hear more about the theory of change that you're developing and the services that you have in mind for the hub.
Okay, yes, so like I said, before we even proposed the hub, we carried out a series of research. The first was towards a theory of change. And that research was to help us identify the problems, the challenges that community members are facing, and also to better define what it means when we say Wikimedia education programs, because at some point there was a whole lot of confusion about, is it only programs that are carried out within higher institution or educational institution, or should we define it as a program where that are being carried out by GLAMs in their institution, or also informal wiki education programs. So the first research helped us better define what our services will look like. And based on the outcome of that first research, we also identify other challenges around the need to improve technical infrastructure and the likes. And then in order to change the problem, to profile a solution, we then embark on the TOC. And all of this research process engage about 52 members of the user groups. And yeah, that was the process and the process took more than 3 months for the TOC. And then the first research also took a series of months. And based on the outcome, we are able to come up with the services I've talked about. And one of them is we want to create a more enhanced space where community members feel better supported. One, we want to grow our network, have regional representatives. So we are proposing about 8 regional representatives under each working group. So that includes SSA, Northwest, ECAP, and the likes. as part of the working group member. Now, under each of these working group, we've outlined specific activities, including how we can increase our engagement, see how we can publish more newsletters that help us better amplify community member stories, mentor-mentee program, where maybe a newbie or an existing Wikimedian who wants to enhance their own wiki or off-wiki skills would have a space where they'll be trained for 6 months. So these are some of the programs that we would be rolling out. And we are also looking at how we can, we are also proposing to, I'm trying to remember now. Yes, we are also proposing to build a repository to see how every month would have at least 20 new resources on that repository that features EduWiki resources that could be adopted or replicated by other Wikimedians or any Wikimedian who wants to carry out Wikimedia education program. We are also thinking of producing an EduWiki starter kit. For some people, they don't even know whether they are qualified to join the community or to be part of a user group. So we believe that having a starter kit that outlines all our processes of how they can join in and supports the work that we do would also go a long way to help them make informed decisions. Yeah.
Hello. Can you tell me more about the mentor-mentee process? Like, how is the matchmaking and how is the actual mentoring? Is it video calls, text? How does it look like?
Yes, so in the past, Zico, maybe you'd like to speak on what we've been doing.
Previously we've had 3, I think, rounds of mentorship programs where I personally matched mentors and mentees so that the match is the best, let's say, so that the requirements or the needs of the mentee can be taken into account and the mentor could be matched with them and help them with the needs. The mentorship was sort of very unstructured. The pair could work on that however they wanted, via text. Mostly we suggested videos, chats, right? So that, because that's more interactive and can, I think, convey more information. So how we'll structure this next time is still up in the air. We're trying to figure that out, but we'll definitely provide more structure, more resources, more follow-ups, and help for both mentor and mentees, so that they can feel comfortable and feel safe and know how to approach the task at hand, right? So in any case, we'll open it to everyone who's interested. And previously we've had situations where people were both mentors and mentees because maybe they can mentor in some way, but also have space to learn in different ways. We'll think whether that will go that route as well this time. But yeah, definitely there's something for us to think about before we launch it again. But definitely, if you go to Meta page and you register or apply for membership, I'm the mentorship administrator, so I'll make sure before September 1st, when the first announcements will go, that everyone who applies will be on the mailing list so that you can get all the updates. We have 20 seconds, so I'm not sure, and 3 questions. We can maybe do one more. Yeah.
Mine is not a question. My name is Catherine Amia. I was actually a mentee in the program, so I just wanted to share a little about how it worked with my mentor. We used to do calls and messages, so it was a good one. Though we were only able to meet about twice because I later had a baby and I could not keep up with the meetings. Yes, but it was a nice one.
For sharing that. I mean, we've had several good mentorship programs where people were very happy and learned a lot, and we had some that didn't really work, so that's always possible. But we'll see. We hope that we lower the number of failed ones and increase the number of successful ones.
Okay, our time is up, so maybe we can respond to other questions outside. Thank you so much for attending this presentation.
Welcome to our session. Let me introduce ourselves. My name is Fitri Ayu, and I'm here with my friends.
I'm Raymond Sutanto.
So we are from Creative Commons Indonesia, who implemented this OER project. Also got supported by Wikimedia Alliance Funds and also Wikimedia Indonesia. We are hoping through this session we can share our experience, and also yours can share yours too if you related to educators, to OER, and how integrated it with Wikimedia projects. So our title presentation is Scaling OER Implementation, Strengthening Collaboration, and Empowering Educators in Indonesia. So before we tell about what we've done in our OER project, we would like to share a bit about why we started this OER project. The initial things we implemented this OER project because in 2020, that's when happened COVID pandemic era, and the teacher got forced to creating teaching material, digital teaching material, and they got copyright infringement. So we saw that problem, and we made a quick response to creating OER online bootcamp in simple way, only just via Zoom for several teachers. And in 2022, 2 years later, we got funding from Wikimedia Alliance Fund. We held about OER project, OER project about promoting and fostering OER. We made the significant changes, like significant improvement in 2022, which is we develop LMS for OER trainings, and also we created communicational material in Bahasa Indonesia, because in Indonesia we still cannot find about explanation about OER itself. And then after we created that, we also integrated the OER training with Wikimedia project, which is Wikimedia Commons, and also Wikimedia books. Through why we integrated it with Wikimedia project, because we think in OER itself has a 5R principle, and all of them implemented in Wikimedia project. And then we create the assignment for the teacher to upload their works reusing the content in Wikimedia Commons, and also integrated with their teaching material and put it back in Wikimedia Commons. So we not only encourage the teacher to contribute their work, but also we encourage the teacher to using Wikimedia Commons content as a raw material of their teaching learning. And then after we finished the project, we got a positive response from our stakeholders, and also the high enthusiasm from the educator asked me to create more OER training with the more participants. So in our latest project, we will share with you, we implement that the project, we are using our previous result project as an asset to implement in this. I mean, like, we still using our previous LMS, but we modify it. We adding about a course about AI, and also we trying to make the training to accommodate until more than 500 educator. Before we only accommodate for like 21, 30, 36, and we scaling up until to 500s. And from this, our latest project, our 500 participant educators contribute to OER Commons until 1,200 something. They contributed to Wikimedia Commons. So what we did is we had 3 key strategies. which is enhancing support and collaboration from various stakeholders in implementing OER. I will explain it to you. And two other key strategies Raymond will tell it to you. It's about empowering the educators. And here is the team, me as the project manager, and Raymond as deputy as project manager, and Ni Putu Dia Asante as a project coordinator. So this is the key strategy for us to empower the stakeholders and also the educator. Why we want to empowerment two of them? Because we think it's a start to build the ecosystem of OER itself in Indonesia. So we would like to achieve that goal through these strategies. And here is the strategy number 1, stakeholder empowerment. It is like as our kick-off project, we held the OER collaboration forum for 1 day. We invited our existing partner, collaborator, and also we invited the new stakeholder to exchange experience and discuss about copyright, open content license, and the opportunity for OER development. Through this forum, we try to find the beneficial collaboration that minimize the burden while maximize the impact. So after we held this event, OER collaboration forum, we create OER collaboration action. So here is the action that we try to assess in the first place. We created an OER collaboration campaign because we knew that it's still lack of awareness of educator about what is OER and open content license and the content in Wikimedia project that they can use it as teaching material. And also we created the talk show and editathon about science teaching material on internet. As we knew, in Wikimedia Commons, we can find a lot of illustration of the science teaching material, but unfortunately, for the new, for the common people, I mean like for the one who never knowing about Wikimedia Commons, it's hard to find it. Where is the illustration? And most of them in English. So we try to curated it so the others teacher can find it easily. And also talking about OER, we very close with public domain, workshop, and seminar forum. Here is online campaign. We held from October until May. We also introduced about Wikimedia Commons for educators, and also we gained the followers until 117. And there's the impression, and there's the reach, and this engagement, and there's the talk show. Okay, the talk show. Now, we create this page, so anyone who never know about Wikimedia Commons can through this page and click the subject, and they found the material. We had invited 36 teachers in background of science to curate it together, which one that your class needed, so everyone can use it. And then this is public domain day. We do a photo walk. It can help the history teacher to making it as a raw material for their teaching material. And then we also got invited workshop, webinar from our collaboration, and we also got invited after the project end. And here is the opportunities, building trust for our forum. We can reach via digital campaign, expanding network exchange, and also we share our network to Wikimedia Indonesia to create Open Indonesia. And this is the challenges, still same, bureaucracy, low awareness, and scheduling conflict. The next, Raymond.
Okay, thank you, Viti, for your explanation. Now I'm explaining to you our second strategy, that is educator empowerment, which is the simplest name is OER training. And before we made the OER training. There's a preparation, yeah, actually for them. This is we have two activities. The first is Creative Commons certification for educators. Yeah, maybe one of you already have that. And we awarded 7 scholarship to selected participants. That is come from the last year's from the last 5 top performers from the last year's OER training. But from 7 scholarship, only 6 of them completed the certification. And the second activity is the training of trainers, yeah, because we have about 120 participants, yeah. We need about 12 facilitators to help the participants to make OERs, yeah. In the in the training of trainers, we also develop an AI policy, yeah, to guide the participants, and also we modified our OER canvas. I will tell you later. And then after that, here is OER training. The 2025 OER training is our 3rd OER training from the 2020. And this edition comes with new innovation. The first is we split the training to 3 phases to accommodate more participants, like Viti says, because we have 500 participants. And the second is the establishment of our AI use policy. This is the first time we use in our OER training to ensure the participants understood and practice responsible AI use. And the third is the establishment of new OER canvas. This is the difference from the previous OER canvas. We incorporate the declaration of disclosing the use of AI in their OER content. Okay, I will tell you about our OER training. This is the first phase. That is knowledge improvement. Yeah. In the first phase, 500 participants, yeah, they join our training. We use a learning management system, and they self learning use the LMS and covering 5 topics. And during this participants, about 650 photos uploaded to Wikimedia Commons. And then this is the result of phase 1. Yeah, this is the topics. The first one is about copyright. The second is about Creative Commons license. The third is about OER. The fourth is about Wikimedia Commons. And the fifth is the free and open source software. Yeah, because not only the learning resource, but they have to make it using open software. Yeah. And this is the average course between the pre and post test. Yeah, so it's significant increase. And then phase 2. In the phase 1, there's 500 participants, and in the second phase, there's skill improvement. We chose 120 best participants from the phase 1. Yeah, and then in the second phase, the participants was guided by their facilitators. Yeah, here's Dimas, one of our facilitator. Hi. and in this phase, the participants also create open books in Wikibooks. Yeah, so the participants was divided to 10 groups to make 12 open books in Wikibooks. And then this is the result of our training. Yeah, out of 120 participants, yeah, there are about 104 participants created the OERs. This is the final task for them. And all of their tasks is uploaded to Wikimedia Commons. And then about 80% participants gain skill. Gain skill, we mean that we make matrix score for the participants. Yeah. So if the participants get the minimum points of 20 out of 32 points, yeah, this means they have passed the they gain skill from our training. And then about 200, more than 200 number of collection works, yeah, because you know in Creative Commons, yeah, you know about the collection, yeah. We ask the participants to make collection works, and about 231 collection works and OERs were created. Yeah, and after that, this is the third phase of the our OER training. This is the knowledge dissemination. So we choose again 10 top performers from the second phase to disseminate their knowledge. Yeah, what they have already got in our OER training, they disseminate to their colleagues in their region. Yeah, we support them. Yeah, here's the documentation. Yeah, so all 10 participants, yeah, they disseminate their knowledge in the region. The total number of participants, about 250 individuals, yeah, come to the dissemination. And then in the dissemination, the participants also have to they try to upload to to Wikimedia Commons. Yeah, about 300 photos were uploaded to Wikimedia Commons in this phase. Yeah, and here comes. This is the the best participants. Okay, now I'll tell you about the opportunities and the challenge of the OER training. The first one, opportunities. Yeah, educators in Indonesia feel that OER is important to them actually. They are more careful that when they are choosing video or image to not make copyright infringement. Yeah, and then the second, the educators realize that Commons can be served as their repository to keep their learning materials because yeah, it's free, right? And yeah, the educators can save their learning materials there. And then the third, the OER training is served as an entry point of understanding, open knowledge, and open movement. Yeah. And then the challenge. Yeah, the challenge. The first challenge is OER content is not available in all topics yet, especially in Indonesian. The second, the educators' understanding of the difference between the terms free and open, yeah, is not yet strong. They do not fully understand that free materials is not necessarily open. Yeah, this is the difference. Yeah, and some participants still they don't understand it yet. And then the third, sustaining participants' contributions and building active OER community requires gradual approach and ongoing support. Yeah, so then they want to contribute more, yeah, in the movement. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you.
So any questions, or you want to share your experience too, or discuss with us? Just feel free to ask.
From the 650 photos that were uploaded, do you have an idea how many were actually used? Did you do that? Yes, yeah, dari di Wikipedia.
Actually, we didn't ask the participants to use it on Wikipedia because we only, in our OER training, we just educate them about Wikimedia Commons and Wikibooks. So yeah, use the photos in Wikipedia is another thing for them
Maybe
to learn.
yeah, I will try to answer your question. So actually, Raymond already said about the text about OER collection, creating collection works. So we encourage the participant to use whatever in Wikimedia Commons to create teaching material that related to their subject, such as they create about the traditional food, they created about English teaching, and they're using all of the asset from Wikimedia Commons. So we encourage them to use it, Wikimedia Commons project as a raw materials and integrate it into your teaching material according to your subject and put it back to Wikimedia Commons. So they're not only contributed, but they're using it and they're put it back their teaching material so anyone can use it and download it from Wikimedia Commons. So, and also we try to hold a competition and the participant using the result of competition to their final assignment, and from the first phase we ask them to contribute their local specialties or scenery from their cities, their hometown, the region, and another participant created it in their collection work. So we encourage them to not only contribute but reuse it as the raw material. Thank you. Anyone want to talk? Like 2 minutes left. Okay.
I just wanted to ask a question around the certificates for facilitation. How long was that to take? How long did that take to set up before you actually initiated your project?
Maybe I'll answer first and you will edit. So before we started the OER training, we provided a CC certificate that held by Creative Commons HQ as the scholarship. So after they pass it, the CC certificate, they have to contribute to Creative Commons Indonesia as a facilitator. How long the certificate itself? CC cert? I forgot. 3 months?
Yeah, the certification about 3 months.
About
yeah,
3 months.
About 3 months.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and they have to get the certificate from the CCHQ to be our facilitators.
Okay. That's our way to like have a good quality of the facilitator so they can understand more to teach the teachers, educators. Anyone? Okay, 1 minute left. Maybe we can close our session. Thank you for your attention. You can still speak with me, Fitri and Raymond. We're still around here. And thank you. Raymond feel more calm to present it.
Okay. So thank you for joining us today. It's going to be a very short presentation because I don't like presentations. So I'm going to go through 2 slides and then we are going to just talk. I think that's more interesting. And I'd like to hear your opinions on the work that we've done. So what we are going to talk about today is language preservation in South Africa, something that we in the South African community are very passionate about. We want equal representation for all of our languages online in the digital domain, where we can pass on our knowledge, our stories, our background, and we want it to be contributed in all of our languages. We've got 12 official languages. One of them is something that we are going to talk about a little bit later on. It's sign language, South African Sign Language. But for the most part, our representation is mainly on English and on Afrikaans. This project is the brainchild of Bobby Shabangu, going to an organization, a key organization in South Africa called SADLA, South African Center for Digital Language Resources. The last one I always forget, the R I always forget. When Wikimedia South Africa engaged with SADLA, they came up with the idea of engaging with all of our educational, higher educational institutions with the view of going to each of the universities in our region to train people on how to edit Wikipedia and how to edit Wikipedia in one of the native languages. A big focus area was one of the languages that wasn't represented, which is isiNdebele. We're going to talk about that as well in a little bit. But out of this initial discussion, what was created was the SWIP project. And the SWIP project stands for SADLA, which I've mentioned, Wikipedia, so S is for SADLA, WI is for Wikipedia, and P is for PANSALB. PANSALB is the Pan-South African Language Board. They are the board that determines how languages are used and how they are governed and the correct way to utilize them on digital platforms. I'm going to pause here to just hear if there's anything that anyone would like to add from our panel. And maybe just introduce yourself.
Okay, am I holding this mic right? Ingrid Thompson. So I originally the connection with SADLA came out of, there's another acronym, DHASA, which is the Digital Humanities Association of Southern Africa. So I had been, okay, full disclaimer, I actually am on the exec committee there, and it just seemed to be that there obviously needed to be some synergy between the chapter and DHASA, and that was where we ran a few, our president, the chapter's president, is sitting in the audience, so
right over there.
yeah, I'm afraid
Hey,
we probably will put him on the spot a few times. But through Bobby and through doing some editathons and training, again also with Dumasani, there was trainings that were run. The relationship started there. So it's been a long, it's been a couple of years, a longer journey. But I mean, I am so thrilled about SWIP coming out of that. I mean, I think this is really great. So,
anyone else before I? No one else. Okay. So we spoke about how SWIP was created. The 2 slides that I'm going to share with you is just around the impact that SWIP has had, both in the first phase. We are currently running the second phase of the project, but in the first phase of the project, I'm going to just give you some numbers so everyone is aligned. So for the first phase of SWIP, which catered to, I think it's down there at the bottom, 10 universities around South Africa that we visited, the total output was 893 new articles were created, 1,400 edits of existing articles. We reached a total of 318 brand new editors across all of the 11 languages, and it resulted in 200 commons uploads that were specific to articles that were created, either new articles or articles that were edited. So that's in the first phase of the project. The second phase, which kicked off in the beginning of this year, we are currently tracking 586 new articles that have been created with 1,063 edits of existing articles. We've reached 276 brand new editors, and we've got over 400 commons uploads. So you can see the impact. Oh, and I should probably say that this is only visiting 7 of the remaining 13 universities. So there's still some more that are going to come in this year. But I think what you can see is the impact of running this project. I'm going to stop here, see if there's any additional comments you would like to make on top of the statistics.
Sorry, do you want to say something about the language coming out of the incubator?
Yes,
and something about the translations, because that was key.
Sure. So let me talk about isiNdebele. So I mentioned that we only had representation of some of our languages. One that wasn't represented at all, initiated in the first phase, it was isiNdebele. We used this project as a method to engage with isiNdebele speakers in all of these universities so that they could be aware that their language isn't represented, that their culture isn't represented, and to get them, to activate them so they could start contributing. This was all done in an incubator phase, and at the end of last year, I think it was October, the language actually came out of incubator and is now a full-on wiki, which I believe in the AI discussion, the key panel discussion that we had, Professor Vukosi mentioned that it's now at about 203 articles. So that is because of the specific project. And what is the other item that you wanted to mention? Okay, and so the method, maybe let me talk a little bit about the method. So obviously these are workshops that are intended for brand new Wikipedia editors, people that have never used Wikipedia before. And what the training focuses on is translating existing articles that don't exist in an indigenous language using the translation tool. And that's been very helpful in creating content on the other languages and assisting people in getting familiar with how the tool actually works, how Wikipedia's translation tool actually works. I think that that covers the impact. Right, okay. Next slide. So that's the impact from the first 2 phases as we saw it. The next slide that I'm going to take everyone to talks around what we saw coming out of these 2 phases that were completely unexpected and had actually quite impressive results. So the 2 items were ad hoc workshops and new engagements. Ad hoc workshops were, we planned to reach all of the universities, but due to the impact that the universities saw, we had quite a lot of requests to run workshops outside of these planned SWIP workshops. We did one last year in, I believe it was August, and the impact of that one ad hoc workshop was 347 new articles, 411 edits of existing articles, and we reached 165 brand new editors. So if you look at, and I'll just go back to the previous slide, if you look at the whole of phase 1, the editors that we reached was 318. By reaching one group of people in an ad hoc workshop, we almost reached a half of that number. So that's the impact that we didn't expect to see, and it's something that we actually want to do more of in the second phase, and we actually have budget to do it now, so we're going to do a couple more. But another thing that we also focused on was new engagements. But I'm going to pause here, and I'm going to let one of the people that is most involved in this talk around it. So over to you, Ingrid.
Okay. I think with regards to impact, because we will be running these workshops, but we not realizing the actual impact of the project. And from this, like Herschel was saying, this was in just one workshop. That was an ad hoc workshop. But also from running these workshops, there are also interest groups that we are having who wants to also collaborate further with us. For example, we have had engagements with the House of Traditional Leaders, where all our chiefs are hosted who are interested in having this project and documenting their villages, their cultures, and the histories of their villages and how the village came about. So these are some of the areas that shows that this project has impact, although maybe when we are sitting here, we are thinking, okay, we are just working towards the goal of reaching 26 universities, but along the way, there are those partners who see the importance of us preserving the South African languages on a digital platform.
Thanks, Lebo. And actually, it touches on something else that came out of it, and we actually had engagement from a neighboring country to also participate in these workshops, and we actually successfully ran, as part of the second phase of SWIP, a ad hoc workshop in Eswatini, so in Swaziland. And that also had it was very well received, and I think we reached part of the number that you saw in phase 2 is linked to the impact that we had in Eswatini. So it's something that we are definitely going to talk a little bit about in the next slide, in next steps. But maybe, Ingrid, you can just talk also about what came out of SWIP in terms of LIASA and what LIASA is.
Okay, so LIASA is the Library and Information Association of South Africa. And again, I had a conversation at the time. Look, there's been involvement with Wikimedia and Wikimedia projects within the association, but it's been kind of low key, but it's also been like one lib, one ref. It's been around those projects. And yeah, we've been knocking at the door for quite some time. So with SWIP and passing information on about SWIP, LIASA then decided that they were going to support SWIP, and in fact, I think they approached Satellite to reserve at least 3 spaces at each of the institutions, at each of the workshops for librarians, which is a really great help, because just speaking as a librarian to try and get other librarians involved, this was one way in. I am not sure whether that agreement has been formalized, but what came out of it is that LIASA has in fact created a community of practice for Wikipedia projects, and we celebrate South African Librarians Day on the 10th of July each year, and this year it was the launch of the communities of practice, but also LIASA itself pledged to support the SWIP project, to roll in terms of rolling it out. So I think we've sort of, for me that's a big win that the libraries are librarians. LIASA itself is in the mix, very much so. And I gather that the last round of the last workshop at the University of Free State was actually coordinated by the library. It was done by the library, through the library service there. So it wasn't another department. It was in the library.
Thanks, Ingrid. I think just to add on to what you're saying, something that's very important is LIASA has over 2,000 members, registered members. So if you look at that as new potential editors, it's pretty massive. But also the impact after reaching those 2,000 members it's exponential growth, which is what we're looking for. I think I'm going to switch to the next slide, which is actually where we open it up to the floor if anyone has any questions. So. And maybe we can talk a little bit about what we see as the next iteration of SWIP, at least in our country. But if anyone has any questions, please raise your hand. Happy to answer them. We actually have everyone here that can answer the question. So, anyone? No. Yeah, go ahead.
Other unexpected results that we have, we know that universities or higher institutions are quite reluctant when they hear the word Wikipedia. But then when we approach them to say that we are coming with these workshops, they were really welcoming to such an extent that one of the universities actually integrated the sweep workshop in their curriculum, but it's not formal yet, where students have to edit and add new content on Wikipedia as part of their curriculum. That is work integrated learning. So I think we're going to have another workshop this year. So it will be a yearly thing. So it was unexpected that we were going to receive such results.
Thanks, Nomsa. Over here.
Just out of curiosity, how is the South African Sign Language represented?
It's a good question. It's currently not. It's part of what we see as something we need to focus on because we want all 12 of our languages to be represented. So it's something we are looking into doing in this current phase and maybe in the next phase. But maybe I can just talk a little bit about how we see the next portion of phase 2 occurring. We want to do more outreach to our surrounding countries because we can see the benefit of that from what happened in Swaziland. And we also want to start, or at least we are considering starting a second phase where we train intermediate people that already know how to edit. So we give them more information on how to edit. So maybe like an intermediate level instruction or workshop. Those are the two areas that I'm aware we want to focus on, but maybe the panel can talk to some other items. And I can also see some workshops coming out for libraries, specifically from the community of practice that's been gone live. I hope that answers your question. Okay. Anyone else?
Maybe I can add on the sign language issue. Our second phase is divided into 3 years. So this year we were focusing on covering the 10 other universities. And then next year, that's when we are still going to discuss on how we are going to incorporate sign language. But Sadila already has formed partnership with Stellenbosch University, and they have a unity of sign language. So we have started with the process, but then we'll have to identify exactly what is it that we're going to do starting from next year.
Any other questions? I'll bring the mic down. Cool.
Okay, thank you. I've heard that you visited your neighbor, Swaziland, and I'm asking, why are you laughing? Yes, so I'm asking when you are crossing the border to Zimbabwe and probably to the other nearby countries.
I don't know if maybe Lebogang, the project manager, can tell us.
As Herschel said, I think it is part of the plan to have the neighboring countries, especially where we share the languages like Lesotho, Sesotho, Botswana, Setswana, Namibia, Afrikaans, and the new languages. So that is our plan with when we expand into the African continent. But also as Sadila, I think that is what we also want to have the African reach and share the resources that we are also developing as well as an organization. So we are coming. I'm committing. Hey.
Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Just to add my 2 cents. Yeah, I think through this project we've unlocked unexpected potential, and from the library side, as librarians, we are always knocking at the door of our communities and preaching of the importance of things like Wikipedia and sister projects, but the message doesn't always sink in. And to have Sadila on board and push this from a higher education space has been helpful in just re-emphasizing librarians and the importance of librarians in collaborating for these kinds of initiatives. There was something else. I can't remember. But with as well with the neighboring countries. I mean, oh, that's what I was going to say. Also, what has been useful has been the government support via. So cellular is funded by the Department of Science and Technology. And then PANSOLB is the official structure that looks after languages in South Africa. So it's been useful having that kind of backing to also realize the importance. And initially, SWIP was engaging with language centers. And now it's expanded so much more in the second phase to involve more people on each campus at the universities. So we're really pleased about the unexpected results that we ended up having just through conversations, I guess.
And I think just to add on to that, I think the other item that we really want to do more of in the South African chapter is empowering our neighboring affiliates and user groups. So just spreading the knowledge of how we embarked on this journey, and it touches on what Jeremiah was saying. These are all through conversations, right, that happened. So if you look at the impact of what can happen from two communities coming together and, you know, agreeing that they want to achieve a specific goal, it's staggering. So I think if I can encourage anyone else, definitely try and replicate the model that we did. And if the South African chapter can be of any help to you in that regard, please reach out. We're more than happy to assist. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Yeah. And just to add a last word on that is, we really don't see this as a competition. We're not competing against our brothers and sisters across the continent. We really want to contribute to a rebalance of the global knowledge ecosystem. And yeah, if we can work together, we want to work together.
Okay, we got a minute left. Anyone else have a comment, question? Bobby, would you like to say something in closing? You got a minute.
So yeah, just to say something on this is that we've seen a lot of impact in this project working with university. It was not easy to work with university. If you want to succeed in any wiki project, you really need to partner. You know, partnership is very, very important, and we've started seeing change when we partnered with Cellular as well as PANSOLB.
Thanks, Bobby. And I believe that takes us to the end. So asante, everyone.
Boulevard Joseph Cassani. 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 Cassani. Boulevard Joseph 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 Cassani. Joseph Cassani. Boulevard 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 Joseph Cassagny. Boulevard Joseph Cassagny. Boulevard Joseph Cassagny. Boulevard Joseph Cassagny. Boulevard Joseph Cassagny.
Yeah. Yeah. Right?
Boulevard
Yeah,
Joseph
okay, we'll get some here. Okay, we'll do it then. Yeah, okay. We found it. Okay, we had a small technical problem for the sound. Hello, I'm Fabricio Cadenas. I'm a French librarian, and I come from the south of France, in Canet-Roussillon. Oops, no, can you see the screen? Well, I live in I work in Canet-Roussillon, which is a ski resort in the south of France. We are very near the Spanish border. I live what we call in French Catalonia. We speak French and Catalan. So the Spanish border is just a few kilometers away. This is where I work. And I've been on Wikimedia projects for 15 years now, since 2010. And I'm Culex on Wiki project. So if you look for me, so this is on the French Wikipedia, but you can find me elsewhere. And 4 years now, I've been trying in my public library to do activities for general public, but also specifically for children and teenagers. And at some point, I thought that working with children, wiki projects could be a fun way to try to get them to produce knowledge. The idea is to prove that anyone, whatever his education, his abilities, capacities, can contribute in some way. So one of the first projects I made was I participate each year to a program. It's an experimental program where we work with teenagers who have dropped school. So they have from 16 to 18 years, and they just dropped everything. And so each year we get about 12 of them, and we try to get them back into some sort of scholar system. And in this program, I was asked to do courses for general knowledge and critical thinking. And I didn't want to do a classical course with them, so I tried to find activities. And at some point I said, okay, we have a lake near our town. I knew these teenagers, they just don't go to the lake. The lake is not very far. And I said, okay, I took a friend of mine. One of my friends is a botanist, and she was specialized in edible plants, plants which you can eat, white plants. And I said to my teenagers, okay, we'll go around the lake, we will find the plants, we will taste them, and we will take photographs to get photographs on the article on Wikipedia. So the idea was that to teach them to take photographs, to teach them the names of the plants, both the Latin names and French names, and to get them on Wikipedia. So that's what we did. And so here we had a list of the plants we saw, and all the photographs that were taken by, for part of the photographs that were taken by teenagers. That was one of the first activities we did. It's very easy. In the group I had people, I had, in France we have a lot of, in this part of France we have a lot of gypsies, and they don't know how to write or read. I said, okay, you don't know how to write, that's okay. You know how to take a photograph. That's easy. Of course, they didn't upload the photographs, I made it, but I did it with them to show them how it worked and to put the photographs. And that was the first thing, because they're all with very, very poor education. And they said, okay, what you produced is now on the internet, useful to others. Wikipedia or whatever, okay? That was the first project I made with teenagers. With these same teenagers, later in the year, we came back to the lake, and I came back with another friend who's a sound engineer. And the idea was to record the the sound environment of the lake. So we had recorders. We made a lot of records, and we produced a file which was put on Commons, where you can listen the sound environment in June. You can listen to the wind. You can hear the birds, even a car passing by. So this is you can listen to it later if you want, because it's quite long. But and with the sound here, it's not terrible. But the idea was that to make them discover a place. Okay, we'll go around, try to find the best point to record, and that was quite an easy activity to do as well. Okay. Another activity which I did with another group of teenagers, the same, it was another year, but the same type of teenagers. I wanted them to discover old buildings we have in a village, and I realized that none of them knew the church. So I went to hide the priest, to see the priest, and I asked him, "Do you know Wikipedia?" I said, "Yeah, of course." And I said, "Would you agree if we go into the church up there to record the bells?" And he said, "Oh yeah, that's a good idea." So I went with my teenagers and my sound engineer, and we went up in the church. So we went all the way up. We made the first try to record, and we realized that it wasn't too good. We had to go a little way down under. But we got the permission to play all the type of bells, for the mass, for funerals, for marriage, everything in 1 hour. People in the village didn't understand what was happening, but we got the permission to do it. And we recorded everything. Then back in the public library, we recorded, listened to what we had recorded. And so now all the bells, for part of the bells, are on Wikipedia. You can listen to, this is when you, to call people to the mass. This is for the funerals. And what was interesting in this project is that for most of these teenagers, it was the first time that they went into this church. They were all living in this village. And of course, it was the first time that they had the opportunity to go up and see the bells, for real. That was another project. Another project I made was, so smaller children. We have in the town, every town in France has a mayor and a city council. And now it's a common thing to also have a children city council with a children mayor. It's a way of teaching them how politics and how to work in a town. So I asked the children of the city council to prepare an interview with the local historian. We have an old man. He's about 80 years old, and he's a living memory of the village. And I said, okay, we'll go with him around the village and we will record him. And the idea was that he will tell us what life was like when he had about their age. So we made three podcasts. This is the one we made at the castle. We have a medieval castle. And so in this podcast, you can hear the children asking questions to the... And he's telling us his memory. I'm trying to... No, I won't put everything here. You can also hear the children telling the questions and him answering. And it was a very interesting moment because this man has known the war and the post-war. And so we learned a lot of things. And as it is the living memory of our village, I said, okay, I want to put this on Wikipedia. We have the article about the castle, Château de Canet-en-Sillon. So I've put the podcast with the interview on. So the children doing this were about 11, 12 years old. Okay. Other activities I did, I work a lot with classes of children from 6 to 10. These classes come to the public library. And I decided to work with Lingua Libre and for the Wiktionary. So we get classes of 8 years old. And in France, last year, we had the Olympics. So we decided with the teachers to make the children record vocabulary of the Olympics, sport by sport. That was the occasion to learn a lot of vocabulary, even though even me, I didn't know vocabulary about gymnastics or other sports. And it's also an exercise to discover words and pronounce words. So you can see on this page all the words that have been recorded by each child in the class. So we can see that we have recorded 125 words, and if you can see in bold the words that were recorded for the first time. That there is no other record for the pronunciation of these records on the Wiktionary. So it was also a way to motivate children to say, you're the first one to record this word in the world. Okay, so this is all the words they recorded. Okay. Okay, so they are all about 8 years old. Another similar project I made was with a class of what we call a class Ulysse. It's a special class for children from 6 to 10 with real difficulties. They cannot be in normal classes because either they have comportamental behavioral problems, mental problems, whatever the problem, or handicaps. And so they stay in this class from 6 to 10. But nevertheless, I decided to work with them as well. I could not, so generally, I work with a visual dictionary. I just open the dictionary with images because a lot of them cannot read. And I say, okay, you want to record that word? We try. And so for 1 year, we had 12 children, and we recorded more than 320 words. So same thing, when they are the first one to record a word. So this one is about 8 years old. Okay. It was very easy to do, and what I realized is that these children with specific problems, it was really a way of getting better self-esteem from them. And even when they came with their parents at the library, still they came to see me and to record. So it continued after the activity with the class. And last, I will finish because I don't have much time. Each year for the European Heritage Days in September, so we do it in France. And I started a project to study different neighborhood in town each year. And this is, I had to organize like a game for families. So I decided to organize a photo safari. It's like a treasure hunt. I gave a list of things to find in town and to photograph, and the idea is to get all these photographs to Wikicommons. I organized a cartoon party. Like here it's for OpenStreetMap. I make a list of things to find. Okay, this building, how many stairs does it have? The floor, how is it? And the thing is, I collect all the data made by the families with children and parents, and then I put it on OpenStreetMap. And last is a recording session, is where I asked all the people, children and parents, to record the names of the streets using Lingua Libre. So for example, I do this each year since 2022. So here we have, oops.
Promenade de la Côte Vermeille. Boulevard de la
So this is apparent. The thing was that is that a lot of street names are difficult to pronounce if you're not French, and then sometimes even if you're not Catalan, because some names are in Catalan. So the idea was to have some kind of database of pronunciation of all the street names for people not from the region, and also for strangers or foreigners. And we've done up today we've done 3 neighborhoods, and so I'm preparing for September a 4th neighborhood. Okay, I see I have to finish. Do you have any questions? Thank you. Yes.
First of all, thank you so much for amazing works what you have done with students. I have one question regarding, have you taken any precautions before you invite students for this project? Did you get permission from parents or any such?
I always ask the permission to the teachers. And at the beginning of the year, we have a written permission from the parents. You will notice that I will never take photos of the children. But I have a permission to record them, for example. Yes.
You have used a student's voice. Student's voice used in Lingua Libre.
I need the permission for the children and the teenagers, yes.
From teachers?
Yeah.
Thank you.
From the teachers or from the person organizing the program for the teenagers. Yeah. Other questions? Hmm? I can't hear you.
Can we access the meta page of this project?
Yeah, you have all the links here. If you want to, I put the link normally on the program. Okay. We'll find all the links here. And I'm still here until tomorrow. Okay? Thank you.
open something here. Check. Yes, like this, yeah. Okay. So, good afternoon, everybody. Shall we wait for some more, or we start now? I think, okay. I think we're going to start now. So before we start, I will do some introduction, but before that, to save time, please download this. While download, if you're using your phone to attend the session, you can download the flat music score and tab editor and log in using your Google account. So a bit of apologies, the app being used here is different than the ones displayed in the Evening because of one issue. Apparently the app, the open source app I tried, and it took me a whole 3 hours to make it work. So I think it would really waste time. So I think this would be a faster alternative. And if you're using a laptop, you can open this website and log in with your Google account. So it will pop up like something like, if you, something like this if you're doing it right. So you're going to make a sheet music. It is trial. It is okay because the quota for the trial version is 15 and we will only use one. So it's okay and we can fix it later. So while you're downloading, I will do a bit of introduction why I'm doing this session. So I am Jeremy Mikhail. As you can see, this is how I wrote my name. I contribute to Wikipedia since 2017 on the English Wikipedia, even though I am an admin on the Indonesian Wikipedia. So some guys on the Indonesian Wikipedia see me contribute on Indonesian content and they ask me to become the admin on it. And so I haven't been doing this kind of stuff since until 2019, but I have doing it for like 2 years, and I think it's interesting. And I've been making music sheets for national anthems, and back then I think it's interesting because I seen like one of the music sheets on the East Germany anthem, and then I make some of the music sheets for national anthem of other countries, and I ended up making 42. So this is some of the examples. This is the Estonian, this is the Estonian anthem, and this is the Seychelles anthem. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So this is the Estonian anthem, and this is the Seychelles anthem. And I want to explain why music sheet is important for Wikipedia. So first of all, the problem with music is that some of it is copyrighted. So for example, if you make music sheets on if you just import music sheets without making it, that will make it as copyright, because there are two factors that came into play here. The first of it is music itself. It has to be public domain. And the second of all is the one who make the music sheet. They have to release it under a Commons compatible license. So if one of these fails the test, then you cannot import it to Commons. And the second one is, compared to other wikis, utilizing image on Wikipedia is much easier. So for example, if you have this one music sheet image on the Wikimedia Commons, you can just put it on Wikipedia. There's an alternative which is using this template, by using the score template, but it is much burdensome. And the problem is that users who want to, for example, if I'm a music teacher and I want to print it, I would have copied it as an image. And the problem is that the feature offered by Wikipedia doesn't allow me to copy it as an image. So I could only see it on the article, and I can do anything except I maybe do it by snipping tool, which is for longer music sheet is too burdensome. And so what I offer here by using this application, creating music sheet, is much simpler and much easier. And the third one is the additional function as illustration. As you can see, there are music songs that are usable. They have info boxes, but sometimes these info boxes are empty. So if you can use these music sheets to illustrate the info box for the music. And so there's this presentation earlier on the first day of this Wikimania talking about how music can be utilized for Wikisource, right? And so there are, probably I could ask myself, why not Wikisource? The answer is simple. Wikisource has not gotten that much exposure as Wikipedia. And so if you like put music onto Wikisource, the exposure, the amount of people who might read it is much smaller. And so I offer this feature with straightforwardly put the music sheets onto Wikipedia as what I may think a better alternative. So some of you might agree, some of you might disagree, it's okay. We'll go to the next one. This is the basics. So before you make a music sheet, you have to know like this staff and background. So this staff is where we will put the notes. As you can see, this is the staff. So we will be making only music sheet that has one staff. So it will be the purpose is for people to understand what the melody is, how does it play in the most basic form. And this is the background. This is it visible? This is the background. The background here is the part that separates every 4 notes. So for example, if it is 4/4 time, that means there are 4 notes. So for example, that means this 2 half notes or 4 quarter notes, something like that. And so the second one is this measure or bar. And to determine the music's time signature, we have these time signatures. This one is 3/4, meaning that there is three words of these notes. And it is the same concept for the 4 and 4 time. It looks like this. So usually music sheets that I found for national anthem use this for 4/4 time. And this is the 2/2 time. And this is the clef. The treble clef is usually used for this kind of occasion because this is the one that is represented for basic occasion, so for soprano and alto. And for bass, this is for tenor and bass, which is the lower sound, and this is alto, which is mostly used for violas and string music. So this is the notes. We will see a lot of these on the music sheet making, and this is the accidentals. And this is the rest pieces, which indicates that there is like no sound being played. There is nothing for this amount of time. So this is the bigger version, and we will go to the next. This is what we're going to do. We were going to make a simple single staff music score in a SVG format of a commons compatible song. So the song must be in the public domain. That is why I call it commons compatible song. And if you have your own song that you have already made a music score of, you might probably want to, if you want to put it in Commons, you might want to make a music score of it. And we will going to upload it into Commons via an SVG form, not PDF, because SVG is much better for the article. And the third is, if it has a Wikipedia article, we will put it in a relevant Wikipedia article. So this is what we're needing, a working device, and definitely a Wikipedia or a Wikimedia account, which is the same because it is integrated. So I believe you all have downloaded or opened this app. You've downloaded it? Has anybody in the online? Anyone joining in the online? Okay. Okay, so if you've already downloaded it, you can. If you already opened the laptop, you might click the create score. It will generate this new score, which will create from scratch. And you put the name of it. Have you already done it? You click create score, new score, and there will be this text box, and you need to name the score. It's up to you what would you name it. If you've already done it, then you can click next. And you can click what instruments do you want to make the music sheets in. I usually make it in piano. If anyone has difficulty, just raise your hand. I will be approaching you. It's okay? It's all good? Oh, okay. If you've already clicked, there would something appear like this. This is for the laptop if you're using the app if you're using the web for the laptop, and this is for the phone. This is what will appear on your phone and your laptop if you're doing it correctly. So if you've already reached this screen, you might want to pick a public domain song that you want to make the music sheet of. So it is preferably of a song that already has a music sheet, but it's probably in a different form, so you can retranscribe it and make the public domain version of it. Have you reached this screen for those using web phone? Okay. So the next step, as I said, would be to find a public domain song, preferably that already has a music sheet, but probably much thicker. So we will make like the simple version of it. So you might want to search, because public domain law vary state by state. I couldn't like offer a simple rule of thumb on how to determine public domain song. So it's up to you to check whether the song it is public domain or not.
couple of questions?
Yes.
Yes. So my first question is if you can have this sheet and then transform it into code, like have the code of the sheet, or just
It's just the picture, but if I remember, you can download it as MIDI file, and the MIDI file could be converted to the template at Wikipedia.
Okay. I am asking this because I went to another conference, I think 2 years ago, and the speaker talked about this tool called LilyPond.
Yes.
So LilyPond is just code. It's just code, and you put the code into the article, and it's lighter. The article is lighter, right? Because if you put a MIDI file or a recording, it can be. See.
Yes, I understand your point. The problem is that I've mentioned is if you put the code, it won't. Okay, people would see it, but let's say that there's a music teacher that wants to import it, wants to print it for teaching. It's very hard to do it on Wikipedia because the best you can do is screenshot it. But if you use the image, they can just copy the image and then save it as PDF, and it's much easier compared to by using it. So that's why I'm using the this flat, because you can import it by PDF and then people can download it much easier.
And I have a second question. I don't know if you heard about MuseScore.
Yes, I made this by MuseScore, but the problem is that probably downloading it will take too long. That's why I considering practicality. That's why I'm asking for this.
But so you can use MuseScore and then download the sheet and then upload the same.
The same.
Oh,
The same concept.
Okay. Thank you.
If you already have it, you might probably use it if you already know how to. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you download the score from MuseScore?
Yes.
And then upload it to Flat.io?
Yeah, you can.
So you don't have to.
Yes, you can directly upload it to Commons if you want. If you already have like the PDF or SVG version. If you have, you can skip this part and go directly straight to this one. Convert it to SVG, and you can edit the SVG because it's better to save it in SVG form. So for example, these images are made by SVG. That's why it is. That's why this is transparent. Something like that. So the principle of this is simple. You can just click this and they will appear. They will appear in here. You can adjust the duration of the note by clicking this.
Question, can you show us how to export? So just if you can.
Can the presentation connect to that?
If it's possible. Otherwise, if you can come here.
Yes, sometimes it's.
Since we are a small
I
group.
I thought I could only use presentation here. That's why it would be better if I show it you directly.
Maybe if we can make a jump here just to show, since we are a very small group, it can be useful, I think.
Yeah, I think we could have just sit in a circle, and I think it's much better because there is no one watching. The cable is Type-C.
Oh, there's a download file export. Oh, really? Well, the PDF is. Yeah, because you showed the conversion from PDF to SVG. Yeah.
I think I'll just come to you to show you how it works.
We might have solved it.
Technical problems. Yeah, yeah. You just need to convert it to SVG.
We can make the storytelling of what is happening because we are learning. But anyway, we are trying to translate it to transcript a song of an Italian, transcribe a song of old Italian period. And it's really the end, I think. No,
Okay. You first have to make this. Oh, this is a bit complicated, but it's okay.
yeah.
So you already changed. Oh, it's very fast. I have to like walk.
I can help. I can make something that can help you in this activity, like deleting all the last part. Easier.
Okay.
Okay.
So first of all, you need to see the half. This is one half. Oh. Oh yeah. So
okay. Some problem that I was having is to put the small the quarter notes,
so
quarter or
if
eighth.
you have like 2, that means it is fourth.
Fourth.
This is half note.
Half note, yeah. Correct. Okay. So I need to click here.
Yeah, click.
Okay.
Yeah, you need to like test one by one because I am also sometimes confused by it.
And to delete it, you need to press Ctrl Z. Okay, just now to go back to delete one.
You need to press like delete.
Okay.
And then, so this should be in the like top part, right?
Yeah, it was there. They are all were
yes.
all.
And then you add another one in here.
Yeah, sometimes it's putting it more far than what you expect.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the same.
Yeah.
And then you continue on with this.
Ah, yeah. We have 2 halves to cut. Okay.
Delete. If you do it wrong, you can just delete.
Okay.
Yeah, that's.
The point is that you can show your slides only.
I think I'll just make like some examples.
For example, with them. Okay, I think we.
Half. This is the half.
It looks we got certain autonomy. But it's a fake impression.
This is the second half. So it
okay.
That means this is 2. There's 2. That means this is the fourth. That means this is this.
Yeah.
And this is the half. So that means this is this only one bar.
Okay.
And you continue on to like this.
Yeah.
I'll show you in the next one. For me to help.
That's fine. We can try. I think.
Yes.
We can try. We can try. Thank you very much.
Okay. You're welcome.
Early 19th century.
you can go. It's just a workshop. If you're already done, that means you're done. As long as you exported the PDF, because are there people joining? Okay. So for people online, those who are offline have already made the sheets. How do I interact with the event day? Like seeing the event day. To see if there are comments. Okay.
Excuse me, can I ask something?
Yes.
Since we are looking at a score that someone else had made the arrangement for, do we need to change it to be able to make it our own?
This person is dead in the 1961, but I mean, is not. It's probably not PD. At the same time, it's a sort of popular song arranged by a person.
Oh,
and we are taking those notes. But the song is popular. It's an Italian song. Il Piave mormorava.
As long as you remove this part, I think it's okay. Like you make it more simple. That will be like original creation. That's what I know, because there have been no deletion after I deleted this part. So it's just one stuff. Something like that. Wait. I need to. So if you want to delete, I've just figured out. So if you want to delete this part, since you won't be using this, you can click the burger button on the right side, and there would be a menu for manage instruments. You can click this part, the burger button in the top right side of your laptop and your phone. And there would be a button for manage instruments. And you click the instrument and edit. You click the manage instruments, and there would be the name of your instrument, either it is piano or guitar or something else. And you click the edit. There's a pencil button that says edit on the right side. Have you found it? And if after you click the edit, you will find a long list of menu. You click the pencil on the stave. So edit it to only the G clef. So only one stave. You don't need this one. You only need the G clef. So only this part. So if you're doing it correct, this part would disappear. This stave would disappear. Probably I could check if you have any problems. So there would be like only one. Okay, that's good. Okay, so this part should just disappear. I think it's not necessary. The bottom one. No, this one.
And there are were no, what's the word? Incidentals. That's all I see. C major. That's easiest. I got the intro.
Excuse me? Can you come?
Okay. Yes. That you can cut. Yeah, you just use cloud function.
Cloud convert.
I mean, I just found the anthem, and I'm just the old anthem.
Oh, nice.
So I'm just transcribing. Started from the beginning. So you want to hear? This is the intro. This is the violin. This is the vocals now. Although there are nuances there, but I think I'm catching the main melody, not the overtones.
So like you have to like delete this.
The second bar. How do I do
there
that?
should be like three. I forgot the name.
Where's that?
The hamburger.
Oh,
Because
I don't see the hamburger. That's the problem.
because like you have to make it simple enough so that it wouldn't clutter the Wikipedia.
Yeah, because I don't have anything in the
Yes,
base.
because you don't have anything.
So how do I do this
forgot.
here?
So you should have like have something like this. In the,
Yeah, I don't see a burger button. That's the problem.
the burger.
Switch to display mode.
Can you like brighten it up?
Oh, sure. I don't like bright. Maybe this one?
Oh, this is okay. Oh, wait.
This
yes,
one
this
says-
one.
there we go.
Manage
All right, it has two full-time. Yep. Got it. Whew, here we go. Much better.
How to remove that. So probably you can return to the browser.
You want to open it in the browser? Yeah, it's here. It's open.
Right back to the flat. Back to the flat.
Back to the flat.
Yeah, this one. And you click this, the piano. And manage instrument. Edit. And then you change it to just one stage. Oh, no, wait. This one. So you remove the C track. Click the track. Yes. That would be.
Okay, no, but actually we had the best thing, the best one.
Yeah.
Like we had, we
You don't need the second one, right?
no, actually we needed.
Oh, you need
now
it.
I don't see it here.
But
So
if
what
you
happens?
make it the abstract, that would like make it still copyrighted. But it's up to you.
Yeah. I mean, we probably.
Okay, it's okay.
It was self-delay, I don't know what happened.
But it's.
Because we inserted it before.
Yeah. But we have the.
So I think since nobody's doing it, and then I think we could just done. Okay, since no one's joining on the EVNA and there's just like 3 people, I think we're done. Thank you all who have watched this recording or via live. We'll see you again.